button. Good morning. Can we start? Can we start? Can we start? Can everybody who's outside come in?
Good morning, Chief.
Morning. How are you?
Honorable Chair.
Morning.
How are you?
Fine.
I'm good.
Great.
Honorable Wendy. Morning. How are you?
Is everybody? Is everybody?
There's still one member outside, Chair, but I think you can start.
Okay, sir. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Chief of the SANDF. Good morning, senior officers of the Department of Defense. Good morning, Co-Chair. And good morning to our support staff. Morning to Dr. Olivier and Colonel Olivier. And good morning, Prof. As part of our strategic plan for the 7th Parliament, this committee committed to strengthening an engagement with key stakeholders in the defense environment. The effective oversight requires not only departmental briefings, but also independent and evidence-based input. In October 2025, the chairpersons of both Joint Standing Committee and the Portfolio Committee attended a seminar at Stellenbosch University where findings of an in-depth research project on the SANDF were presented. A key component examined the experiences of soldiers during the deployment, both locally and abroad. The findings raised serious concerns about the SANDF operational capacity, sustainability and support system. We agreed that this research should be shared with the full committee and, importantly, with the senior leadership in the department and the SANDF. We therefore welcome Professor Lindy Henneken and Colonel and Dr. Letitia Olivier, who led the section of the research on the deployment experiences. We thank you for briefing us. The purpose of today's engagement is not to criticize the South African National Defence Force, but to strengthen it. Oversight must support improvement. Academic research can highlight systemic issues and provide perspectives that may not emerge through internal reporting. The committee is concerned about what many describe as a downward spiral in defense, such as declining resources, aging equipment, overstretched personnel, and rising operational demands. We must move from identifying problems to implementing solutions. After all, the South African National Defence Force is central to the national security, to South Africa's role in peace support operation. It is our view that this engagement should move us toward a point where the Minister, the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, and the Defence Secretariat are able to commit to the development of a concrete and a time-bound action plan. As a matter of urgency, to arrest and reverse the current downward trajectory, with particular focus on restoring operational capacity and improving condition during deployment during deployment. Oversight must lead to a reform. With these few words, we therefore welcome you. We welcome you all, and we'll start with our protocols. The first is to introduce ourselves, and do you want to say something before we introduce the members of Parliament?
Yes, Honourable Chair, I think you may have forgotten something, and that is that we are jumping into the meeting without having adopted the agenda. So if we can please adopt the agenda, and I have an urgent matter that I also want to immediately raise as we table the agenda for adoption, please.
Okay, my apology. I think you are quite correct.
Mm-hmm.
We need to yes. Those are the issues of the protocol. Yeah, members. I think Honourable Anihas is correct. We jumped into. Well, anyway, it was an opening and welcome. Therefore, we will. Let's deal with the apologies, and from there, yeah, we'll deal with the. Let's deal with the agenda. Then we'll deal with the apologies. So, Honourable.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chair. I would like to propose adoption of the agenda, but I need to raise a very serious concern from the side of my party, the Economic Freedom Fighters. I see that our co-chair, the Honourable Gigaba, has joined us after he's been absent for a number of our engagements. And I would like to raise my serious concern about him continuing to participate as chair in this meeting and in future meetings of the Joint Standing Committee on Defence. I think we are all aware that the Honourable Gigaba had in his own party, the African National Congress, to step aside from all political activities. The question arises if his party had felt that he should step aside from all political activity, regardless of what one thinks of the issue of step aside. Is it not more relevant and more important that in this position in Parliament, that the Honourable Gigaba should not continue under the circumstances to chair the Joint Standing Committee on Defence as a co-chair, and is of course here as a member of the ANC. This is a fundamental conflict, Chair. It is untenable. It is my understanding that the Honourable Gigaba has now been formally charged. As we all know, the Joint Standing Committee on Defence must perform very important oversight work.
Chair.
This oversight work, Chair, also covers...
Order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Just step aside. Okay. What's the point of order?
Chair, I would advise Honourable Kani House to leave this matter to the ANC. It's not for him to say Honourable Gigaba was charged and step aside thing by the ANC. It's not for his political party. The step aside belongs to us as ANC. And as this committee, as these deployed members of ANC in this committee, we'll hear from the ANC what's the next step about Honorable Gigab. Thank you, Chair.
Can I
Chair.
proceed, Chair?
Chair, also on the same matter, I think Honorable Kyle must raise parliamentary rules. If there's no parliamentary rule that is supporting what is now uttering in this committee, he must actually withdraw what he's doing, and we must continue with the meeting. If there's no rule of parliament that is not allowing Honorable Kigaba to be a co-chair, he must quote that rule, and we move from there. If there's such a rule, then he must then state that rule and not give a speech on ANC matters, because why he's not in the ANC, he's in the EFF. Please, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Can we just conclude?
Yeah. First of all, Chair, there will be no withdrawal of the concern that I've raised, because it is evident that we have to do important oversight work in this committee. And that oversight work is compromised when we have a member of this committee participating, and specifically the chair of this committee, dealing with issues, Chair, that relate also to some of the matters that we have to do oversight.
Thank you, Honourable.
I will, Chair, you're trying to cut me short. I'm not going to allow that to happen. Chair, this matter relates to a relationship that the Honourable Gigaba had with the Guptas. VR laser, which is a matter which we oversee in terms of what the work is of this committee with Dinell, also had a Gupta link. We cannot have the Honourable Gigaba present in this meeting and chairing meetings of this committee under these circumstances.
Okay.
I conclude, Chair. Regardless of what your ruling here today is, if that ruling is that the Honourable Gigaba will continue, and I can hear that some of the members of the ANC are in protection mode, we will proceed as the economic freedom fighters to write directly to the Speaker of the National Assembly to raise our concern. I do not want you to stop this meeting today out of respect for our guests.
Thank you.
But I wanted and needed to raise this issue, Chair, under these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your concerns are noted. Coach, let's. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Niehaus, you are deliberately, consciously misleading this meeting. To start with, I'm not chairing the meeting, and I've not chaired these meetings for a period now, since the issues of IDEC were raised. I've not chaired these meetings. In the second instance, the issue you are raising has absolutely nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing to do with me. In the third instance, you yourself had relations with them. In the fourth instance, you know the rules of the House. If the EFF had any decency whatsoever, you would have raised these issues with the presiding officers so that they are addressed there. But for your knowledge, which you are very well aware of, I'm not chairing this meeting. I'm only just sitting here as a member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Let's not proceed. Let's not proceed.
As a point of order,
No.
I take objection to the Honourable Gigaba saying that I had relations with the Guptas. I never had, and I
Honourable-
challenge you to
Okay.
show that I had any relations with the Guptas and that I ever met even with one of them.
Thank you,
challenge
honourable
you
members.
to prove
Can we
on you now.
can we proceed with the meeting? Thank you much. Let's proceed with the meetings. With our meeting, honourable members.
Chairperson.
Let us. I'm not going to give you opportunity to say anything. Can we proceed with the meeting, honourable members? No, we are here for something else. Can we proceed? We will discuss this matter in our meetings. Yeah, we've got the last part of our program is a committee meeting. We'll discuss these issues there. I'm going to proceed. I'm not going to give you. Let's proceed, honourable members. So I'm sorry. I'm not going to give you. Honourable Shalembe. Honourable Shalembe, can you? I want to proceed to the meeting, please. Let's not act. Honourable, I'm not going to give you a platform. Can we proceed with the meeting, please? We'll deal with those issues in our second part of this program. Sorry about that. Can we proceed, honourable members? I'm going to introduce members of parliament who are here, starting with myself here. I am Pirwan Pala, the co-chair of this committee, and I will give members to introduce themselves. Co-chair, if you can just.
Thank you, and apologies really for all that just happened. I'm Honorable Malusi Kikaba. I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Let's start with you, Honourable Niels.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. My name is Carl Niehaus, and I represent the Economic Freedom Fighters on this Joint Standing Committee on Defence and also the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans. Thank you.
Honourable.
You've got my surname, it's Chris Harting.
Yes.
I'm Chris Harting, member of the Joint Standing Committee as well as the Portfolio Committee on Defence.
Yes, thank you. Honourable Breed.
Goeiemorgen almal. Morning everyone. My name is Tammy Breed and I am also a member of this committee.
Thank you. Honourable Shalembe.
Good morning. My name is Malia Keshelembe, who has been ignored to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Shalembe. Honourable Hala.
Good morning, Michael, member of this committee.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Windy. Surname is Plakis.
Thank you, Honourable.
Morning, Chair and everybody. My name is Virgil Harriker. I'm a member of the Joint Standing Committee deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters for the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members and Prof and Doc and Chief of the SANDF, this meeting is being streamed, and I'm going to request that we be aware that the meeting is being streamed on YouTube. We have our support staff here. We've got Doc, if you can introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Willem Jansen van Rensburg. I'm the advisor to the committee.
Thank you. Antipa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nandipa Maqekwana. I'm the committee secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Doc.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Raymond Stinkham Fonseca, committee researcher.
Thank you, Doc. Do.
Morning, members and guests. My name is Oliver Ndo. I am the committee assistant for the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, good morning, honorable members. My name is Zibu Sekele. I'm the PLO for Deputy Minister Mkungo.
Thank you. Mabunda.
Good morning, honorable members. Morning, General. My name is Captain Mabunda, SSO Parliament, the liaison for the DOD.
Thank you. We will request the chief of the SANDF to introduce members who are here.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will start off with myself and allow the rest of the members at least to make their voice heard. I'm General Rudzani Mapshanya, the current chief of the South African National Defence Force.
morning, honorable members, Chief Defense. I'm Major General S.G. Hlongwa, Deputy Joint Chief Operations. Thank you.
Morning, Chair and Co-Chair. I'm retired Major General Yekelo, Chairperson of the Reserve Force Council. The two members who are with me will, two councillors will introduce themselves. Thank you.
Morning, Chair and the Co-Chair and the House at large. I am Councillor Mimi Sibongile Chabalala. I am the Deputy Chairperson of the Reserve Force Council with General Yekelo. Thank you.
Good morning, co-chairpersons, Chief of the SANDF and members of the committee. I'm Kevin Richards and I'm a councillor of the Reserve Force Council.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. I am Naval Captain Mpopo Pela, representing Defence Reserve Division. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary for Defence.
Good morning, co-chairs, and good morning, honourable members of Parliament. My name is Dumisani Dladla. I'm the Chief Director for Strategic Management in the Department, Defence Secretariat specifically. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dladla.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honourable members. My name is Nick Sendel. I'm the Chief Director for Defence Policy in the South African Defence Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sendel. Prof. Enigen, we are going to hand over to you. So our apology for some little bit of misunderstanding. Let's proceed with our program. Yes, we are going to hand over to you and just introduce yourself and who is with you are with here.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you very much.
Good. I'm Professor Lindy Heineken. I am from the Department of Sociology and Social Anthropology at Stellenbosch University. And with me here is Colonel Dr. Letitia Olivier, who has a long career in the military and recently did a stint at the Military Academy.
Yes, good morning, Chair and honourable members. It's indeed a great privilege to share some of our ideas here with you today. And you'll see as a team, the Prof will obviously focus on the academic issues around it, whereas I will, as a practitioner, refer a bit more to the practical of how things unfold on the ground. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Okay, without much ado, we will move for the adoption of the agenda. Let's move for the adoption of our agenda, honourable members. Honourable Blagis.
Chair, I move for the adoption.
Thank you very much. Let's have the second, Honourable Hala. Okay, thank you very much. The agenda
I
is duly.
second the agenda. I don't want you to ignore me. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable member. The agenda is duly. Let's proceed, members, without much ado. Prof. Hennigan, we will give you an opportunity to present on your briefing on the primary study regarding the South African National Defence Force deployment and related challenges. And thank you very much. The platform. Just a minute. Yeah, no. Our day is not okay today, yeah? Our day is, sorry, Prof. Yeah. We'll hand over to our secretary to give us the apologies. Attendance and apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've got apologies from the Minister, the two deputy ministers,
Mr. Tebekulu, Mr. Noye, and Ms. Brett and Mr. Plaitjes would like to leave early today, if we're not finished by 2. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's proceed, honourable members.
I did mention it to you up front, but I have to go out for about an hour during the meeting, but I will come back.
It's not, yeah, I will just note that. Thank you very much.
Please put on record my request to you earlier on to leave the meeting at 11 o'clock, please.
Thank you very much.
Is it granted,
Is
Chair?
there any other apology? None. If none, then Honourable Hala.
Just to remind you, Honorable Chair, I did inform you about my departure at 1.
Thank you. Honourable Shalembe. Okay. Thank you. Let's proceed, honourable members. Prof, the platform is yours.
Thank you very much. So, as you can see by the title of the presentation, that we are going to focus today's presentation on the experience of South African soldiers during external and internal deployments. But before we commence with the interesting bits, I just want to say something for those of you who did not were not able to attend the October meeting, to give you a background of the research project. So this was part of a bigger project. It was called Security and Rights, and it was a multidisciplinary project, a cross-disciplinary project focusing on regionals. One aspect focused on regional security threats, the importance of civil oversight, and then also the experiences of soldiers deployed on external and internal domestic operations. So the phase 1 was done by mapping the security landscape, which was what are the security threats in the region in a nutshell. That was done by Professors Francois Frey and Thomas Mandrup. And then the second section is, well, we've got this, what is the parliamentary oversight role when it comes to external and internal deployments, which was done by no other than Dr. Willem Janse van Rensburg. We also looked at the important accountability role of the Office of the Military Ombudsman, and our focus of our research, which was the bulk of the research project, then was to interview SANDF members who had deployment experience. We focused on 3 missions. We wanted to hear if there is similarities across the various missions. So we looked at those who had deployed in Darfur, Sudan. Then we also looked at those deployed as part of MONUSCO and SAMI DRC, and then, of course, in Mozambique. So the voices that you're hearing from the soldiers here are those deployed in these various missions. In terms of the research methodology, I want to begin by thanking Chief of Joint Operations and his staff division, who really facilitated this research project. We could not have done it without their support. They helped us to identify the key stakeholders, people with the experience that we should interview. And then, of course, we had the support of the Chief of the Army, where we interviewed people at the infantry level. So just to give you an idea, is that we interviewed 6 people. We interviewed 67 people. The interviews lasted typically between 1 to 4 hours, obviously with a more senior personnel longer. But in the report that we've made available to you, you can see the breakdown. But just in a nutshell, we interviewed 6 in the rank group, Brigadier General to Major General, Lieutenant Colonel to Colonel, 14, Lieutenant to Major, 11, Sergeant to Warrant Officer, 15 personnel, and then Rifleman to Corporal, 20, and we interviewed 1 civilian from the trade unit, from SANDU. I think what is important of this research is that a lot of research that is done within the Defence Force is done by means of a poll surveys. This was a qualitative study where we really wanted to hear their experience, so it's a unique insight into the lived daily experiences of the soldiers on the ground, the challenges that they face. So that then, in a nutshell, and of course you are more than welcome to ask me any of the questions. As an academic, I do need to provide you just some context, because often you would be asked, and people will be asked in the media, why on earth do we deploy on peacekeeping operations? Why is there this pressure in terms of our foreign policy, but well as the international commitments to deploy on external operations? And if you pull it through, it rests on the principles of the responsibility to protect, which is a controversial concept, which I'm not going to debate with you. But basically, already back there in 1994, we saw the failures of peacekeeping operations and their inability to protect civilians in subject to harm. If we're looking at the genocides of Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia. And what the core problem highlighted was the tension between around state sovereignty. If a state is not able to protect its civilians and its population, does the international community have the right to step in? And what the argument is that no, you do not have the right to intervene. We cannot just go into a country and intervene, but we do have a responsibility to protect. So when I was on a radio interview the other day, and they asked, what is the implications of South Africa withdrawing from peacekeeping operations? It brought to the fore the question as, are we now stepping back from our responsibility to protect populations which are being affected by atrocity crimes? So it is a legitimate international concern, and what we saw then right back in 2005 at the World Summit, that there was that heads of state unanimously accepted the global norm that international community has got a responsibility to protect civilians harmed by atrocity crimes. And these include genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, which are things like torture, rape, persecution, and so forth. So when a state is then, if one looks at the international community's responsibility, when a state is unwilling or unable to fulfill this duty, the broader international community of states must bear the responsibility through the United Nations to actually step in. So, and what is important here is that both the concept of responsibility to protect and the protection of civilians share a common kind of understanding. If one looks at peacekeeping operations today, we look at MONUSCO's key mandate. Number one was, why did they need international assistance? Was the protection of civilians because of atrocities. 90% of peacekeeping mandates today revolve around protection of civilians. Now, the reason why I'm giving you this background is because this served as the motivation for this project that we were funded by the Open Society Foundation, which was concerned about the call of peacekeeping forces being civilians requesting and putting pressure on governments, like in the DRC, like in Mali, to withdraw peacekeepers because of their inability to protect civilians. So one of the questions that was central to this research was to find out how are our soldiers experiencing the deployments, and what are their challenges in fulfilling one of these key roles? So it wasn't just on the responsibility to protect, but that was a key aspect thereof. I'm not going to spend too much time on the theory for you, but just to mention that the responsibility to protect rests on three key pillars, and this is also important for us to grasp in terms of our domestic deployments, is the primary responsibility rests on the state. So each state has the primary responsibility to protect its population, regardless of citizenships within its borders. So it is the state's responsibility, and this entails addressing internal risk factors, building resilience, building a robust culture of prevention through national policies and institutions. So here, the importance for us in this committee is the requirement of a state to have security institutions able to protect its citizens who face harm. Right, so that is a very key principle. Then when a state is not able to do this, it can call on the international community for assistance and capacity building. And we see our Defence Force being deployed in many countries across Africa to develop in terms of security sector reform, in terms of training other armed forces, in terms of building those countries' capacities, whether it is judicial institutions, how to improve good governance, and so forth. And then the other important principle is that when a state is no longer able to protect its population and its political stability is being threatened, there is a responsibility on the international community. When I say this, I think of South Africa as a key, well, I don't know if it is still a key regional player, but a key regional player in terms of taking timely and decisive action to ensure that the violence does not escalate and the necessary support is provided. So the deployment of any forms of intervention, specifically when it comes to the deployment of peacekeeping force, is a measure of last resort, and it must be sanctioned by the UN Security Council. What is important here in terms of the operationalization of R2P is that most contemporary UN peacekeeping operations have robust mandates to protect civilians under imminent threat of physical violence. And this is an important point, in that this mandate requires all necessary means to protect civilians. Right? So do we have this? And where this involves military intervention, this must mean that there is a large-scale loss of life, such as and large-scale ethnic cleansing. And really what I want to sort of focus on here before we move over to Colonel Willifeed is the principles, and this is so important to me. So you will see in the presentation I mentioned the rhetoric and the reality. So this is now, I'm going to give you the political rhetoric. And this is that when we are to intervene in external operations, we need to consider what is called the just cause threshold. So there must be serious and irreparable harm, mass atrocities taking place, and of course we see this across our continent. We see it in Mozambique, we see it in the DRC, we see it in anything. So there is a clear reason why intervention is necessary. But before we can deploy, there must be precautionary principles need to be. The little red flags must come out, all right? The first is that there must be a clear purpose. So what are you going there for? Okay, what is exactly are you going there for? and that you must have exhausted all non-military options. So the other is that the use of force must be proportional to the threat. So you can see this in two ways. You're either going to deploy too strong a force, or you're going to deploy a force which is not going to make any difference. So it's not proportional to the threat. And again, let's wave those little flags in relation to our recent deployments. There must be a reasonable prospect of success. So you must be sure that if you're in throwing all this money into deploying your forces, that they're going to be effective, and that they are, if there is loss of life, it doesn't come at a total cost, such a total cost, and then still a failure. And of course, there must be very clear rules of engagement. So those are the precautionary provisions. In any deployment, these deployments are to be sanctioned by the UN Security Council. Now, this does not mean that the African Union cannot propose, the Constitutive Act, Article 4H of the UN, the African Union, has a right to intervene for grave crimes. But the UN Charter requires UN Security Council authorization to endorse this within the UN legal framework. What is critically important in terms of this rhetoric that I'm saying is that before a troop contributing country like South Africa deploys its armed forces, there must be a clear mandate matched by the necessary resources. So if your mandate is offensive, to push back the rebels, which means basically a counterinsurgency operation, it needs all the required resources to be able to do that. Obviously, this must be in line with international humanitarian law, and this in itself creates a bit of ambiguity. And what is also really important is that there must be a common military approach, especially where this involves GIM operations. So when you are deploying with other troop contributing countries, there must be a common approach, because if there is not, it leads to all kinds of fracturization. And you will see now in the voices of our soldiers the challenges that they face around this issue here. Also, the challenges that they face in terms of the clear rules of engagement, how fuzzy policy mandate clear, this is our mandate, here's your rules of engagement. But when it comes to decisions on the ground, how murky this is, and how this leads to peacekeepers being risk adverse, which then affects their credibility. As I said, adherence to international law, and critically important in this space, that there is maximum coordination with humanitarian organizations. So we will, again, as I said, I have to give you this little bit of academic rhetoric for you to comprehend that there's a bigger picture at stake, which has which is not correlating with what our people are experiencing on the ground. So, as I said, these are the provisions. The question that I have for you, because on your oversight role, you need to consider this quite strongly, because you've got a critically important role here. And of course, we have the Chief of the Defence Force here. Are these provisions being met before and during deployment by troop contributing countries? What we are going to share with you today is this is not the reality on the ground. And we are now going to report on the experiences of the South African soldiers. No rhetoric, the reality. And this is not a critique of the Defence Force. This is like a State of the Nation report. This is what we had found through our research, which is empirically sound. to ask ourselves, how do we move forward? We're going to divide our presentations into 3 major sections. The first is going to be on the external operational experiences, which my colleague here is going to speak to. I'm going to address institutional concerns, which was not part of the research agenda when we asked the questions. But because they came out so pertinently strongly, I need to discuss this with you because these are issues that our Defence Force needs to address. And then the third section, we will focus on a hot topic, which is the whether or not the SANDF should be deployed in domestic roles. So thank you very much for your patience in listening to the rhetoric. We are now going to move on to the reality.
Thank you, Prof. Chair and honourable members, as I said, these are now the voices from the ground, and I must say the soldiers were quite serious in pointing to us always during the interviews that they are not just providing criticism in their feedback, but they always gave us an accompanying recommendation of how to rectify it. So I think that is the context under which we should understand it. So the one field in which we grouped the feedback was specifically on the issue of mission readiness training. So one of the first criticism was that there's a lack of specificity and realism. The training exercises, although they do take place, do not often correlate well with the climate, terrain, and realities of the actual operating environment of the mission area, leading to ineffective preparation for realities on the ground. So one of the quotes, if I may share it with you, is, "The mission readiness training was not realistic at all in terms of where we would actually deploy. For the Congo, we went to Port St. John's for jungle orientation. This is okay for orientation, but not for training. We were taught to walk patrols, but it was in a forest area, and a real jungle does not look like a forest." There's also, according to them, insufficient focus on the non-military aspects of the mission, and they said that training is often narrowly focused only on the military action, whilst crucial skills for deployment in active civil military environments and failing to prepare soldiers for peace enforcement operation limits their actions and in terms of their understanding of what to do. Sometimes they also pointed to a fear of realism. They say that the training scenarios sometimes avoid real-time scenarios and the names of the role players in the mission area due to fear of the diplomatic impact, which again removes some of the realities and realism from the preparation. They also pointed to the fact that the mission readiness training is watered down, lack to funding. We've all spoken about this at length. This lack of funding and time constraints often render the mission readiness training as less effective, forcing soldiers to use symbolic representation of resources. For example, one blank cartridge, the soldier will be told one blank cartridge, understand it as if it is 5 real rounds, which hinders realism in preparation. The second bullet there, organizational and logistical failures. Here they pointed to the fact that deployments are often hastily planned and lack proper mission readiness programs, with troops being pulled from either other exercises or courses which they are attending, and they are then deployed on very short notice, resulting in very little time for preparation. They also felt that the preparation periods themselves are too short in duration. The deployment can be rapid, leaving the soldiers ill-prepared, with soldiers not having time to obtain suitable uniforms and the required equipment. Here again, one of the respondents told us, "We struggled to get our uniforms before we left for Mozambique. When we were still in Bloemfontein, we were told that we would be issued with new uniforms. So we would be told not to take too many of our old uniforms to Mozambique. Therefore, some guys took only 2 sets of camo and a jacket. But until today, we have not received those uniforms." They pointed to the fact that we must first go back to basics and get those issues right before we deploy. Also, some commented on the failure to provide decentralized training at unit level to sufficient standards. The ideal model of having 80% of training at the unit level, working towards unit cohesion and understanding the lines of the command and control lines, it's failing due to units lacking the funding to conduct their own theory and practical exercises in sufficient numbers. The equipment shortfalls. There's a widespread lack of essential equipment for pre-deployment training, including individual weapons, armored vehicles, night vision devices, and proper maps, leading to severe disadvantages in the mission areas. Here the quote is, "We did not have enough bulletproof jackets for everyone. We were told that every person is responsible for his or her own bulletproof jacket. But some members were called from HQ units. Those guys do not have bulletproof jackets because you don't wear it in an office. So we really struggled with the availability of these bulletproof jackets. At one stage, we rotated the bulletproofs. When you went out on patrol, it was your turn to wear the bulletproof jacket." The third bullet there points to systemic and doctrinal deficiencies. In terms of lessons learned and after-action reviews, they said that the processes related to the capturing and implementation of the lessons learned from missions is ineffective or non-existent at all. And this often leads to the fact that you are facing the same situation over and over. A quote here, "My thinking was that the after-action review things would be attended to so that the next group would know how to tackle the obstacles. But we keep doing the same things over and over. We started in 2001 in Sudan and Burundi and everything, but no after-action review was properly done and no lessons learned captured. In 2025, we are still going the same route." This links to the next point, which was misaligned doctrine. They said that current doctrine is not always specifically fit for purpose. The doctrine must be adopted to align with current operations, so sometimes the doctrine, although it is good doctrine, is not specific to that particular mission. They also said that the integration and marrying up drills, especially if you're working as part of a multinational deployment, are not effective. The marrying up drills for gym forces are not well rehearsed, with the entire force often meeting for the first time in the deployment area, and this results in arguments over command lines and roles and functions. They already pointed, but again emphasized, that the quality of training is diminished to the lack of funds, especially as far as the new recruits are concerned. Here they spoke of the MSDS. This has been severely compromised by the high volume of soldier learner output. Many of the soldiers have no operational experience prior to deploying in peace enforcement operations, because the focus is often on getting the numbers right and not so much on the quality of the training. We then move to the next slide, which is the findings on the ambiguous mandates and rules of engagement. Prof. Heineken pointed to the importance of this issue. Different interpretations of mission mandates and ROE results in disconnects between theory and training and operational realities of these complex multinational peacekeeping and peace enforcement operations. Obviously, there's a multitude of role players involved, and everyone has their own interpretation. Vague protection mandates and non-standardized ROE among national contingents cause confusion, disunity, and inaction interspersed with incidents of over-aggression, because not all troop contributing countries members have the same interpretation and understanding of the mandates in ROE. The training doctrine is also sometimes outdated and not always aligned with the operational realities that are fit for purpose for that specific purpose for the complex, low-intensity civilian military operating environments of our modern peace operations. Then they pointed to the failure to standardize on the rules of engagement for joint interagency, interdepartmental and multinational operations. In a multinational context, the lack of a unified operational framework undermines the mandate of the mission. Also, there's an absence of enforceable GIM peacekeeping doctrine the failure to establish a clear, enforceable doctrine of mutual assistance or a common set of ROE among troop contributing countries means that allied forces may operate under fundamentally different rules regarding the when, how, and if they will support the other when in combat. We've had examples, for instance, that you will have a contingency that has the responsibility to provide security of a specific base before, for instance, the South African contingency must move through. And when we then get to that area, the other contingency force have just left the situation. So they cannot enforce the doctrine on everyone. Also, they often are faced with operational confusion and mistrust. Joint forces often meet up for the first time, as I said, when they are already in this mission area. This results in difference in terms of command lines, roles, and functions of the various troop contributing countries. This could fuel mutual distrust and divergent interpretations of their respective roles and limitations under the operational mandate and rules of engagement. Then often there is superficial interpretation of strategic and humanitarian mandates, and the interpretation of the mandates often misses the necessary depth of the non-military requirements. As we pointed out, there's always an overemphasis actually on the military part, but not contextualize it in terms of the non-military requirements and goals to be achieved. This neglect of civilian mandates follows the fact that the training is too narrowly focused only on the military action, so the crucial skills for operatives in active civilian military environments is not addressed at all. It fails to prepare the troops for the complex, specifically ethical, as well as tactical challenges of distinguishing between civilians and combatants in the military area, in the mission area, which is crucial to the success of the overall operation. The troops and commanders feel that they were not adequately trained to recognize the adversary's political strategies, interpreting the mission as purely military rather than as part of a broader political situation. So there's a lack of strategic context in which the military action must take place. This sometimes results in situations where the tactical actions are strategically counterproductive because the troops do not understand why the adversaries are fighting or how to respond proportionally to the mandate. Hence the old adage that you can maybe win all the battles but still lose the war. Non-adherence to mission-specific rules that govern peacekeeper conduct. The non-adherence to mission-specific rules, for instance, using alcohol whilst on deployment. If a deployment is declared dry, the peacekeepers are not supposed to use any alcohol. This was described by some of the respondents as severely damaging the civil-military relations and undermining the mission legitimacy. This is interpreted as failure of leadership to enforce the rules of engagement and mission-specific rules that govern the conduct, including also things such as the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse, which is always a core component of UN mandates. We now come to the operational challenges in hostile environments. They are fundamentally challenged by crippling conversations of environmental and tactical difficulties, systemic logistical failures, and severe technological and equipment mismatches of the various troop contributing countries in a specific mission area that has to now suddenly deploy unified against the adversaries. So first challenge there, if we look at the tactical and environmental challenges. Hostile terrain and very restricted movement. Areas such as North Kivu in the DRC feature basalt lava basins that make cross-country maneuvering very, very difficult and rendering heavy vehicles often ineffective. Movement is also restricted to main road, which limits tactical options and information gathering. There's often a two-lane little road, and everyone must use the same road, whether it's the adversaries, the civilians in the area, or the peacekeepers. There's only one route to go. This brings a plethora of problems. Then adverse weather and environmental conditions. Troops had to contend with extreme heat and humidity, and then continuous rain that severely impacted troop welfare. I mean, in the DRC, you can have 2 weeks of non-stop torrential rain. This resulted in cases of dehydration, which sounds strange, but in that heat, if you wear a plastic raincoat, you can actually dehydrate inside your raincoat. Also, they said that the tents were not waterproof, so most of their clothes and equipment were constantly wet. Base vulnerability and poor planning. Bases are often inherited from older peacekeeping missions. This was the case at the SANDF base in the DRC, and then are unsuited in terms of the tactical options and protection for a peace enforcement mission, which is very different to when you are just having a peacekeeping mission. They are frequently located in a basin to the extent that it can be described as a hole or a killing zone. In SANDF base, we saw that there were very high mountains surrounding the base at all times. So you're basically a sitting duck, giving the opposing forces or rebels on the surrounding high grounds a clear vertical advantage for observation and artillery, missile or mortar attacks. There are also unique safety hazards to contend with. In the DRC, they faced things such as natural gas pockets, where the gas was seeping through the ground. It carries the risk of asphyxiation. And then, in addition to common dangers such as normal snake bites, but in remote locations where there is not the necessary medical support. Then, in terms of the asymmetric threats to be addressed, the presence of multiple armed groups, often, firstly, indistinguishable from the civilians, create asymmetric threat profiles, making rules of engagement and the protection of civilians extremely difficult to execute. These people don't always wear the same uniform. Sometimes they even change their uniforms during the day. So it is virtually impossible to effectively distinguish against those who you must protect and those who needs protection from. The second bullet, the systemic, logistical and welfare features, crippling levels of vehicle unserviceability. The logistical support is consistently described as being in a state of collapse, forcing soldiers to rely on themselves. Very high levels of unserviceability of vehicles and maintenance support meant that large percentages of the vehicles that are unserviceable arrive in the mission area. It compels commanders on the ground then to cannibalize vehicles and make impossible trade-offs between essential operations and sustainment. So here the quote is, in Mozambique, we had 46 Caspers, of which only 6 were serviceable at the start of the operation when they arrived in the mission area. These were the only vehicles we had. We had to fetch water, bread and milk and had to drive to Pemba once a week to do logistical replenishment. Pemba is about 200 kilometers away from Makomi, and we had to do patrols with the very same vehicles. So at times we had to decide, do we go on patrol or do we eat? So obviously the choice was to eat. So logistically, it was very difficult for the deployment. Then sustainment and supply chain failures. The sustainment chains also persistently failed to effectively provide the necessary resources at the time and place where it was required. The pool system, i.e. ordering only as needed, is too slow and inefficient compared to the operational tempo, leading to critical shortages of food, fuel, specific spares, and even basic medical supplies. Logistical flights from the home country are few and far apart, forcing reliance on foreign or local sources. The lack of protection and basic welfare of the peacekeepers. Force protection and deterrence. Increases in attacks on peacekeeper results in contributing countries' hesitancy to participate in the peacekeeping activities. So often, although there are many role players in the mission area, you will find, for instance, South Africa going out, getting involved, but the other troop contributing countries standing back, making the decision not to get involved. This also, the attacks forces troops into fortified compounds, which undermines deterrence and mission legitimacy, because the idea is not to just stay in your base. Troops face substandard living conditions, including leaking tents. Often soldiers are forced to buy their own, insufficient, unsanitary ablution facilities and severe food shortages, forcing soldiers to have only one meal a day or buying from the civilians in the area. Funding and procurement chaos. The procurement system was found too slow and cumbersome. It caused massive delays, waiting weeks for payment in order to move vehicles, and failure to supply essential personal gear. Soldiers are routinely forced to purchase their own boots, tents, and personal equipment, a fundamental failure of state responsibility. The third bullet, technological and equipment mismatches. Challenges and disadvantages related to peacekeeper weapons and equipment. The peacekeepers often found themselves outmatched and under-equipped compared to some of their adversaries. They were often equipped with lower caliber weapons, whilst adversary possessed superior and higher caliber weapons, guided missiles, and long-range mortars. Also, incomplete, unusable system or obsolete technology. The SANDF suffers from a severe technological deficit. I think you will agree that if we look specifically at the SA Army, which I know, we are still an analog army. We lack modern surveillance and force protection assets such as working drones, night vision devices, as well as effective electronic communication systems. Our radios have very limited range. In contrast, the adversaries often employ modern assets such as drones and electronic jammers. Crucial equipment such as bulletproof vests and helmets must be shared among personnel, as I already referred to. Even when powerful systems, like for instance the G5 is deployed, they are unsuitable for the terrain, being on lava rock, or deployed without the necessary supporting technologies, drones for accurate guidance, rendering them ineffective and even dangerous. This is without even stressing the obvious. One cannot use such system to fire upon adversaries who hide among the civilians that you are supposed to protect. The logistical inequality among TCCs was also a very limiting issue. There was a stark logistical and equipment disparity between, for instance, if you take SAMI DRC, South African, Malawi, and Tanzania. Often Malawi and Tanzania had better vehicles than the South Africans. This undermines cohesion and morale. And strangely enough, often the vehicles were bought from South African defense industry. So the next heading, findings on joint interdepartmental, interagency and multinational operations. The primary challenges posed by JIM operations stems from this complex web of cultural friction, command dysfunctions, reliability gaps amongst partners, and the lack of standardized doctrine across all the participating entities. So firstly, I think it speaks for itself, multinational already says this, cultural and organizational friction. The political alignment and unity of command remains a very difficult and complex endeavor. I think it's sometimes akin to learning how to dance on a shifting carpet. Diverse cultures and language barriers. Operations are hindered by language barriers, different national and organizational cultures, variant risk tolerances, and divergent views on command authority. It's not good enough to have translators. There's also a definite need for interpreters, as a translator might not always translate accurately owing to local dialects. We found this, for instance, with the Portuguese in Mozambique, where on the ground they speak a very unique dialect. This language barrier makes it difficult, one of the troops said. You are forced to rely on translators and interpreters, and you do not know if the interpreter had translated exactly what you had said. Military cultural clashes. Different militaries operate also with distinct command cultures and approaches to leadership. This creates situations where there's a frequent need to solely rely on national force packages, deploying as one, rather than having the multinational deployments. Cultural differences cause friction among the troop contributing countries, and you find that the tactics that are used is also very different. Different from the MOU directs us to conduct our operations on. Then a very important point, coordinating with humanitarian groups is very difficult. The NGOs, have to guard their neutrality at all times. There are significant structural and cultural gaps that exist between military organizations and humanitarian organizations. Military commanders often disregard or impede NGO access, and NGOs, on the other hand, harbor anti-military biases. This sometimes results in NGOs and military members acting in isolation. and the actions are then taken in silos. The interaction with civilians poses ethical and as well as moral dilemmas. You've got the whole issue of impartiality versus protection. Acting to protect one side can be perceived as taking sides, risking revenge attacks on the protected civilians. Partner reliability and then the trust deficits. One of the core systemic challenges is the inability to rely on your key partners, including host nation forces and allied TCCs. The host nation unreliability, where did we experience this? Sometimes host nation forces such as the FARDC and the FADM are often untrustworthy due to poor discipline, erratic loyalty, and uncoordinated actions, often forcing these allied troop contributing countries to fight it alone. There are also disparate troop contributing country philosophies and approaches to peacekeeping. Some TCs operate under the rather outdated, passive peacekeeping doctrines of old, creating friction with forces that are committed to robust peace enforcement actions such as the SANDF. Some TCCs are viewed as being missions only to make money, whilst refusing to participate in offensive action or escort tasks under fire, placing the burden of the high-risk mission only on some of the TCCs. So here's another quote. Some countries such as Pakistan, India and China subscribes to the more traditional peacekeeping approaches to peacekeeping missions. Other countries like South Africa has adopted a philosophy of not merely keeping adversaries apart, the traditional peacekeeping approach, but actually engaging in order to protect the civilians. One of the problems that was pointed to us by virtually everyone that we interviewed was the fragmented situational awareness and the lack of actionable, tactical information and intelligence. Some TCCs do not share all the actionable information and intelligence, and this results in a situation in which planning and implementation is not based on a shared situational awareness analysis. Somebody from Defence Intelligence briefed us thoroughly, one of the troops says. This is to say, what is the host country? These are the adversaries. Yes, they showed us videos to say how dangerous the area is, what you can expect. But the intelligence is too general and non-specific. You cannot act on it, and you get it too late. The third bullet there refers to the command, control, and doctrinal dysfunction. Operational effectiveness is sometimes compromised by flawed command and control structures and a lack of standardization in the allocation of roles and tasks. As I said, different TCCs have different interpretations of the roles and tasks. Command and control remains one of the most impactful systemic problems in peace operations. And the relationships between the military, civilian police, and civilian components in the mission area is often negatively impacted upon as a result of these issues. The command lines are very protected and too long, and this delays operational decisions and agility. I think this speaks for itself, the lack of standardization and interoperability of equipment. Major discrepancies exist in the doctrine, procedure, and supplies among troop contributing countries. One of the most significant examples was provided by the medical personnel. Differences in the scope and practices for the medics. Lack of standardization often create additional risks such as blue-on-blue fire as well as technical accidents. There's also no standardization array data formatting and procedures related to data sharing and processing. These protocols should be established long before the deployment takes place and not be decided upon to say this is how we're going to share data and this is the formats in which we are going to share the data. This is a very big shortcoming at the moment. Then asset ownership friction, protocols and prioritization. The friction exists over the ownership and priority of assets such as combat engineers between the Force HQ and then the National Contingent Command, delaying critical support. Then we go on the findings of the protection of civilians. Misunderstanding of culture at a strategic level can produce policies that can exacerbate an insurgency. A lack of cultural knowledge at the operational level can lead to negative public opinion and hostility towards the peacekeepers. But ignorance of culture at the tactical level can endanger both civilians and troops, where it exacerbates the tension on the ground. We already touched on language, but here we said that effective communication with the local population is critical to the protection of civilians in conflict zones. They were challenged by a lack of translators and interpreters. In the DRC, however, on the other hand, when we deployed under MONUSCO, you had South African soldiers who were able to build trust within the local community by being proficient in Swahili and actively participating in community development projects such as delivering water tanks to school, financial contributions, etc. to aid the children. This was not the case, though, in Mozambique, as I said, where they spoke a very distinct dialect. Cultural barriers. Many participants provided examples of how their lack of knowledge of what we call the human terrain affected their operations and interactions with the locals. And then again, on the issue of trust deficit, which was a recurring theme, despite generally positive attitudes towards South Africans in the DRC, the local population was reported to have a deep-seated suspicion and hostility towards the broader MONUSCO deployment, based on their failure to protect the civilians from atrocities. People felt that the peacekeepers were not doing anything to protect them from attacks. When safety and security of the peacekeepers were threatened, it led to restrictions on the movement, with peacekeepers then preferring to stay behind heavily fortified bases or not conducting armored vehicle patrols at all. This reduction in interaction with the community establishes a physical as well as a psychological distance, which inhibits personal contact and consequently impairs the peacekeepers' capacity to gather local information and their legitimacy as protectors. Moving on to the challenges fulfilling your protection of civilian roles. Soldiers spoke of sometimes insurmountable challenges due to this lack of actionable tactical intelligence and basic equipment to carry out their POC roles. The deficit in surveillance equipment, including the lack of UAVs and night vision equipment, compromised situational awareness and hindered the prompt reaction to threats against the civilian populations. Belligerents and militia routinely launch nighttime operations, and they exploit the military's inability to respond effectively during night times. Lack of vehicles suitable to the terrain also limited the mobility and timely response towards the civilians. The respective rules of engagement, as was found in, for instance, the mission in Darfur, compelled soldiers to observe and not to interfere unless shot at and without permission to intervene. This mandated inaction, as it was called, instilled frustration and anger in the soldiers who wanted to take action to protect the civilians. So this left them also with a lot of ethical considerations. Even when provided a less restrictive and more robust mandate, things are not always straightforward. As part of the MONUSCO FIB in the DRC, one of the Rooivalk pilots that we interviewed spoke of the ethical calculation of acceptable loss, of how many civilians they might end up killing to protect a greater number of civilians. This demonstrates how the battle space is integrated with the space that you are trying to protect. So you are literally conducting war in the space that you must protect at the same time. Peacekeepers must therefore continually determine the threshold of a threat, with many pointing out where do you draw the line. Impediments to freedom of movement, host state hostility, and interference sometimes provide impediments to the freedom of movement of peacekeepers. One of the force commanders who served in Darfur said that a good 40% of military activities were blocked by the government of Sudan forces or aggressors, which limited their freedom of movement. Also, the government of Sudan restricted the caliber of weapons that the South Africans were permitted to bring into Darfur, placing them at a distinct disadvantage in both protecting civilians and themselves. Then I've already noted the differentiation between combatants and civilians. very difficult because the belligerents often change their uniforms, if they even have them, and then hide among the civilians. Also, sometimes the government of Sudan, for instance, although it was their responsibility to protect the civilians, they were sometimes complicit in attacks on some of the civilians. In Darfur, this was the case, as the government of Sudan was sometimes complicit in the attacks against the non-Arab sedentary African farming communities in Darfur. A colonel that we spoke to on that issue, the colonel spoke of how he notified the government of Sudan commander of an impending attack on a village. But when he went to check, the commander was there actually watching the Janjaweed about to attack the village. He then phoned him and asked, "I see you here. What are you going to do to stop the Janjaweed?" The latter then quickly withdrew after that. Also, something that we know happens unfortunately is using the civilians as human shields. One of the greatest challenges facing peacekeepers in the execution of protection of civilians' duties is distinguishing between the combatants and the unarmed civilians, especially when the armed groups deliberately hide among the civilians. This leads to the exploitation of the rules of engagement, as the belligerents know that the peacekeepers cannot attack them whilst they are hiding among civilian populations. Then witnessing atrocities and human rights violations. Although those interviewed rarely witness atrocities directly, they often came upon horrific scenes of these incidents after the fact, and they often found the charred remains of children and women. A lieutenant deployed to Darfur told us how they came across a burnt village when all the men had been killed. The women had been raped, sexually mutilated with sticks pushed into their vaginas, whereafter they were then killed. Similar scenes were reported from Mozambique, where insurgents used decapitation often as a primary tool of intimidation, specifically targeting members of the Christian community. An especially gruesome case involved the cutting of a fetus from a pregnant woman's stomach and then decapitating the baby. The woman was still alive when this happened, but after that, she was decapitated as well. The psychological toll of this, the inability of peacekeepers, and Prof. Heineken will speak to this a bit more, the inability of peacekeepers to intervene due to concerns of killing other civilians and the strict rules of engagement can lead to feelings of helplessness, powerlessness, and immense moral distress of the peacekeepers. This has led to them being accused of bystander syndrome for failing to protect the civilians from mass atrocities, even when they were present or were aware of the situation. Rebels also regularly threaten civilian families, saying, "We know where you live." They also force and intimidate civilians and force them to carry weapons and ammunition. So if you come upon an old woman carrying ammunition, what do you do with her? Is she a belligerent, or has she been forced to carry the ammunition? They also send children into areas to stop the soldiers from returning fire, knowing the peacekeepers are not allowed to shoot. This is even more difficult when the peacekeepers are faced with child soldiers. The question then is, should I shoot this child with a weapon who is now posing a threat to us to save other innocent children behind him? Then my final point here was under sexual exploitation and assault. In both Darfur and the DRC, civilian populations were subjected to mass atrocities, genocide, and sexual exploitation and assault, which often resulted in the civilians then moving closer to the UN or AU bases. The concentration of people makes them more visible and even more vulnerable targets of armed groups seeking to inflict maximum casualties or control over the population. In terms of atrocities in the IDP camps intended as safe havens are ironically also described as locations where most of the atrocities take place. While they could deter atrocities if deployed to IDP camps, the protection offered to local communities in some instances involved revenge attacks. When the peacekeepers leave the camp at some or other stage, which eventually happens, the rebels come back in the night and launch attacks on the IDPs. The example mentioned there, the rebels came back in the night, took the children, chopped off their hands and feet to punish the parents in the village. This demonstrated that the protection of civilians' mandate of peacekeepers is both difficult to achieve in practice and the area of work where they are, and is also the area of work where they are most likely to be judged.
Right. Yes, just one last point here is that and this links up to the presentation that I will have, is that when we ask them, well, what do you do when you witness these atrocities? How do you report them? They say, well, they write in the report, but they felt it kind of was.
The microphone.
Was when they witnessed these atrocities, was how did they report them? Because obviously there must be some kind of reporting on. They said they do report it through the chain of command, but they don't know where the information goes to, and they felt that it was kind of it was pointless reporting this because no action was being taken. So the whole issue of witnessing these atrocities, trying to prevent them and having accountability, there's a kind of a mismatch. Chair, at this point, I was wondering, before I move over to our second part of our presentation, whether the committee would like to have a comfort break. But it's up to you. I'm happy to continue. I'm just thinking of you've been overrun with a lot of information at this point. I'm happy.
The information, Prof, is very important, and I saw members were attentively listening.
So I'll continue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's continue then.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Chairperson?
Sorry?
Can I just ask, in light of what? In light of what the doctor has said now, is it possible, most probably, to engage on the first presentation before we go over to the next presentation?
I think, if I may, because there's a lot of what I'm going to say now it's a spillover from if you look at they are kind of not separate, they're integrated, because what I'm going to say now, a lot of it also pertains to internal deployment. So my presentation, this next section, is much shorter, and we have we can then engage around if that is okay. So given these circumstances, remember, at the end of the day.
Okay, let's wait, Prof. Members, do we take just a short break, or we proceed?
Yeah, 10 minutes or so.
Okay. Let's have just 10 minutes break, then we'll come back. Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, can we proceed? Can we proceed, Prof? Honourable members, can we proceed? Thank you very much, Prof. You can proceed. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I think we can proceed with our, thank you very much.
All right, welcome back, everyone, after receiving quite a mouthful of information. So the question that we should ask ourselves here as well is that who are the people doing this work, and what is the impact it actually has on them? So in this research, we had no questions on safety and welfare. We had no questions on leadership and command issues, or even psychological issues, or gender-related issues, as pointed out here. So these are the issues that the soldiers raised themselves in response to the circumstances under which they were deployed. And one of the top issues was how they viewed their own safety and welfare. I mean, we've now heard that they had a lack of suitable weapons, vehicles, and body armor, and this was a recurrent theme that had a major impact on their morale. Not so much on the commitment of their work. We have got the most wonderful soldiers in our Defence Force, totally committed, but the fact that they feel neglected because of the fact that they don't have. And they ask questions like, how can we deploy to the DRC, for example, when our government knows that they have better equipment and that this is putting our lives in danger? So again, it comes back to those fundamental principles that I raised, is that if you're going to deploy your forces, they should be better equipped than those that they are opposing. I mean, one of the things that came out is the soldiers said, we normally feel safe in our Mambas, but the M23 shot right through them. So, you know, which makes them feel unsafe, and clearly it places them in a very vulnerable type of position. So this logistical failures, the fact that they had so few services, it caused a profound psychological distress amongst the soldiers that we spoke to. And of course, added to this, they are already living in an environment where, especially with this latest deployment, they literally arrived and the bombs were dropping. And they had dismal living conditions. And we've got photographs of those conditions where they did not even have bunkers. They had to buy their own wooden beams to build their bunkers. So what does that say to them? So, I mean, the fact that they had and also, you know, in terms of their own personal safety, they question things like, who set up this base when our tents are right next to the ammunition, where the ammunition is kept? Yeah. So, so all these type of things. And collectively, and this came up with our interview with the psychologist, when we often talk about post-traumatic stress syndrome, and we associate post-traumatic in terms of personal stress. But what we are seeing currently, specifically with all the deployments, but more specifically the recent deployment to the DRC, is what is a classical symptoms of peacekeeper syndrome, which is that there's a heightened sense of mental health issues as a result of the stresses, also of the witnessing of the violence, the fact that they are there with a specific purpose to help protect and save Yet there is this hostility from the local population, this feelings of helplessness and rage and frustration has a profound impact on their sense of well-being and purpose that they fulfill in terms of their roles. The other thing that came out quite strongly was the criticism of leadership and command. There is a very definite feeling amongst the soldiers, and this is a process which has come over many years of a trust deficit between troops and their senior leadership and politicians. Several of the troops that were interviewed commented that there is a culture of neglect and indifference to our welfare. They felt that the military leadership is tone deaf and does not care about the suffering of the troops on the ground, and that their lives do not matter. And they spoke of a disconnect with leadership. They said that even though they would bring to the fore of their commanders that this was about to happen, there was an unwillingness to actually listen to them, and incorrect or wrong command decisions were made as a result of it. Some mentioned they had commented that we are dealing with unqualified and arrogant leaders who were unwilling to voice their concerns or to advocate on behalf of their troops for fear of career repercussions. They were very critical of, I would suppose this would be officers being in positions because of their qualifications. In other words, they mentioned, for example, a master's degree in HIV/AIDS management, then being promoted, but without the actual operational experience to conduct operations. And there is a very strong feeling that one must really look at when we appoint the commanders on these operations, the necessary experience. Otherwise, you have, like they had in this recent deployment, where a major actually stepped back and a lieutenant took over because the lieutenant had great experience. Then, very critical of purely on military leadership, there's a strong belief that the South African government is failing the SANDF. The soldiers expressed a view that undertrained, unprepared for the task that they are expected to perform, which compromises not only their safety, but pride in their profession. And I want to read this quote. This is from a corporal. "We have soldiers who have hearts, but now we have these politicians who are making the whole Defence Force a Mickey Mouse military. Why am I saying this? Even if you look at SAMI DRC, we fought with the minimum. But we were able to stop those guys from entering our base and taking our equipment. We have people who are willing to fight. You have people who know how to fight. The only problem is the lack of support from our own government. The government is sitting on a pot of gold, but they do not even support it." So this is a persistent comment that comes from the soldiers who are, despite all these difficulties that we've heard, remain absolutely committed, but they are unable to do their job professionally because of this lack of support. Then, of course, one thing that came out very strongly and which is concerning is the lack of psychological and mental health challenges that they're facing the soldiers. Across the board, soldiers spoke of the SANDF's failure to provide adequate medical and psychological support before, during, and after deployments. Upon return, the soldiers felt that the briefings were rushed, was a tick box exercise rather than a genuine attempt at care. And during the interviews, it was very clear that the soldiers are suffering from deep trauma, reporting being hypervigilant, unable to sleep, and abusing alcohol. They also felt very strongly that this voluntary counselling system is not working. They said the most worrying concern is reliance on a voluntary system for psychological support. Soldiers state that instructing a soldier, particularly a man, to go to voluntary counsel does not work. And I have experienced that myself when I've seen soldiers break down and cry during some of our interviews. It was the highest level of psychological distress. I've interviewed many hundreds of peacekeepers in my career, that I've picked up the level of psychological trauma amongst our soldiers. Most refuse to speak due to the stigma. There is also strong consensus that counselling must be compulsory for everyone after external deployments, to ensure that everyone is attended to and to prevent individuals from being targeted or judged for seeking help. They also felt that the timing and format of the counselling is also problematic. A corporal mentioned that many soldiers are too traumatized to talk about their experience with psychologists immediately upon return, wanting only to see their families. He noted that the insidious nature of PTSD, that it creeps up on you, which is why mandatory follow-up health is essential. However, the way counselling was delivered was not adequate and did not provide for individual trauma. Soldiers attended various classes for 3 days in a group session. While some soldiers found this effective, the lack of opportunities for a one-on-one briefing was a major drawback. Soldiers were reluctant to share their deep personal experience amongst the groups, and they preferred to share this then with their buddies afterwards. What a psychologist also said is not only the lack of capacity to provide this service, but when deployed, on deployment, the psychologists that are deployed are not well integrated into the actual deployment area, and they themselves are suffering from the stress of the deployment because they have never been deployed. So there's that aspect of that as well. And what they did emphasize, and this is also something really important, is that the resilience training in the past was considered to be really good, and that this route should really be improved and implemented, because the major impact on them is during homecoming. So he says this lack of resilience training has resulted in relational stress with their partners, divorces, and in one case, a suicide. A lieutenant spoke of how he lost his friends, he'd lost his friends, his wife, his sense of belonging in the SANDF upon returning from SAMI-DRC. Then we also picked up, and again, these were not issues that we addressed directly as questions, but specific gender-related issues. Although many praised some of the female captain, which is now a major, who refused to leave her troops under fire, the deployment of women who had limited or no deployment experience. Now this pertains to men as well, but because there was quite a large number of women on this deployment, was described as highly problematic. Many of the women reported remained in the bunkers when the Saki base was under attack, having just finished MSDS training, which in itself, as Colonel Olivier mentioned, was flawed. Especially for the older male soldiers with substantial deployment experience, this reinforced the stereotype that women are not suited for fighting and that they create problems on the base. There was also, with these, especially with the SAMI-DRC situation, fears amongst the male soldiers that the Saki base would be overrun. And they expressed the fear that if the rebels broke through the perimeter fence, that the men would receive a bullet in their head, but the women would be raped. And this, they said, was quite an important driver to make them fight very hard, knowing the fate of their female colleagues would be result in a chaotic situation. Despite this, what was noteworthy was even in some of the top-end sort of artillery roles, the women were really praised for their courage and having done a really great job. So those were some of the institutional challenges which are now specific to the SANDF. No, I'm now going over to the internal domestic deployments. Let me just find my... So, as you know, with the recent announcement that the military must be deployed in terms of gangs, combat the gang violence, we know that our military has been deployed on the border, combating illegal mining, protecting critical national infrastructure, assisting with disaster relief, maintaining law and order. We've seen an increasingly mission creep. But what does the Defence Force still do? Their primary training is for combat. Now, I've just published a book called Military Operations in Response to Domestic Emergencies and Global Pandemics. This was to say, how does other armed forces respond to domestic deployments? Interesting for this committee, and I will leave this book with Wilhelm, who can put it in your library. It is available, it's open access, so if you want to take a picture of it, it's really interesting. We compared 26 different countries, and that all countries are relying more and more on their defence force to meet capacity deficits of government, not just our defence force. What we did find, however, is that where the militaries, they are normally, it elevates the prestige of the military, specifically when it comes to disaster relief, like foot and mouth, our current situation. When it comes to disaster relief, search and rescue, and so it elevates the status of the military. But the moment the military is deployed in law enforcement and coercive roles, it has a severely negative effect on the public image of the military. So this brings me to the question of what should be the tactical roles of our military. How did our soldiers feel about this fact that they are now having to do all these extra kind of policing-related roles? They're generally very positive towards disaster relief operations. And the core debate centers on the military's primary purpose and the moral hazard, and I want to leave this word with you. Hear my words. The moral hazard of using a combat force against its own citizens. There is a strong feeling that domestic deployments are not what the SANDF was established for. The military's role is external, and using soldiers domestically risks killing the population, which is wrong. They felt that there is a clear misuse of soldiers. The frequent or inappropriate internal deployments are seen as directly damaging the military's primary combat capability and reputation. And I want you to listen to this next sentence. There was the feeling that utilizing troops internally means they lose value, specifically if they're used consistently, and that it exposes their gaps even more, and they risk losing their dignity and pride. That many reported that the military's warrior ethos and culture, which is based on lethal force and training to shoot to kill, is not conducive to internal roles that require policing-style restraint, de-escalation, negotiation skills, and non-lethal use of force. The fundamental challenge is the inherent conflict between military training and policing roles. The military's organizational culture is not suited to internal roles. Soldiers are trained for lethal force, not restraint or civilian law enforcement. It was interesting, this comment made by a female soldier who has been extensively deployed internal. She says, soldiers have a temper. They become too rough, leading them to assault the civvies. They resort to disciplinary measures such as making soldiers roll a form of punishment that they are explicitly not allowed to do. It's not good for the community. So there is acknowledgement that they need to be trained, and what she said is if we're going to be deployed in these roles, that there is a need to be trained on how to talk to the civilians and in their approach to the use of force. Existing practice of aggression lead to human rights violations and what I then refer to as the moral hazard that we then face. Then they also mentioned a number of operational concerns related to deployments. These are not unlike the issues that Colonel Olivier raised. They felt that if we have given the decision now to withdraw from external operations, what should be the roles of the military? What do we think? There was an overwhelming emphasis that the primary role of the military should, internally, in terms of domestic operations, should be restricted to borderline duties. The SANDF is the first line of defense and should focus on the threats coming into the country, such as combating internal transnational crime and organized crimes. Many were critical of the decision to close the commandos and to remove the Defence Force from border control way back. They said, however, the borderline duties, they face a combination of operational resource deficits, very restrictive rules of engagement, and pose several ethical and tactical dilemmas. Given the length of the borders, they, for example, said that they've got to cover 100 kilometers, but they only have enough people to cover 20 kilometers, leading to exhaustion and inadequate coverage. And they said it is critically important that they have improved technology, surveillance and defense technology, such as including drones, night vision, cameras, electric fencing, and improvement in electric fencing. So, the basic equipment required, some of them don't even have binoculars, so they use their cell phones to take a picture and then to enlarge it so that they can see. There's an absolute lack of tactical intelligence also on borders. There's a lack of necessary transportation to respond quickly. For example, I can't chase a car with my bare feet, leaving them unable to catch smuggling organizations using high-speed vehicles. In Lesotho border, vehicles were restricted to secondary roads, making high-speed interdiction impossible and allowing criminals to escape easily. Many soldiers on the ground expressed the need for more motorbikes and horses to assess rugged terrain inaccessible to the vehicles. A soldier spoke of how they are operating with technology and gear that are completely unsuitable for modern threats and border protection. They are effectively blind on the ground to the lack of observation capability. Then they also reported, and I think this is another important aspect that we need to take into consideration, is the logistical and legal constraints directly empower. They felt that the current logistical restraints that they face, as well as their legal powers, empower criminals and undermine soldiers' authority. Criminals crossing the borders know their rights and exploit the law, knowing that soldiers cannot shoot back at them when they steal vehicle or smuggle goods, as killing would result in a murder charge. This severely impedes the ability to do our job. The core problem is that soldiers only train with live ammunition, which does not prepare them for domestic or peacekeeping roles that require de-escalation and non-lethal judgment. Personnel are often not really trained for internal deployments and lack the appropriate equipment for this specialized roles. They said the soldiers lack specific training in urban operations, riot control, the use of minimum force, and evidence handling. As a result, some expressed the need for a specialized, multi-rolled component trained specifically for internal security, non-lethal force and crowd control. If internal roles are to be permanent, the military must reorganize and identify units that will be suitably trained for the role, and they must be sufficiently equipped for that role. Overall, there was consensus that the SANDF's current training, equipment, culture make them ill-suited for the complex domestic policing tasks that is increasingly expected of them to perform. So I'm going to end off there on a domestic, on the domestic deployments, and I want to say end off by just saying something about the recent announcement. What we are dealing here is what, and I will draw on a sociologist called Johan Galtung, who speaks around the causes of violence. What he says is what you are dealing with now, and the announcement of the president to deploy the army, is dealing with direct violence. We are seeing the violence, and we are matching the violence with direct threat of violence. However, that will never bring about positive peace, because the structural violence that and the cultural violence that result in this direct violence, killing and so on that we see in the needs to be addressed first, because otherwise, the moment you can send in the military, they will bring about quiet. He calls this negative peace. It will result in negative peace only as long as they are there. And one of the things that the soldiers said is that if we're going to be deployed in these type of coercive roles internally, there must be a clear mandate, clear rules of engagement. We must look at what the legal provisions are applicable. We must go in and out. It cannot sustain for a long period of time because of the moral hazards that this produces. So we are now going to close off our presentations, and I'm going to hand over to Colonel Olivier first to, and what we have done with these recommendations is not to bring about airy-fairy recommendations. It's things that can be done and that can make a difference based on the voices of the generals right down to the troops that we interviewed. Letitia.
So, in terms of the recommendations, as we said, made by the soldiers, deemed as actionable recommendations, there are 5 that I'm going to address. Firstly, the funding deficits. First, we should have a secure, dedicated, ring-fenced funding to address the equipment and technological deficits that we have through a dedicated project office, which is subject to independent oversight of the procurement function. It was reported time and time again that the quality assurance of the equipment that is bought is not carried out. Often equipment is very inferior as it is received, and it can actually be deemed as essentially unserviceable or it does not last. An example, for instance, is the tents that they sent to the DRC was quality assurance tests were carried out by erecting the tent in Luatla, taking a water bunker next to it, spraying it with water, saying, okay, it's waterproof. For that moment it was, but not in the DRC where it rains torrentially for 2 weeks in a row. So we will have to look at corruption in the tender processes, but the emphasis was that they said the quality assurance must be done before we accept any equipment. Then there was recommendations to reform specifically the mission readiness training to ensure that it is relevant, integrated. Remember what we said, not only once in the deployment area, but prior to that. And it must be used continuous to prepare soldiers for the political as well as the military tactical complexities of modern peace enforcement. Then, aligning mandates and rules of engagements and doctrine to ensure that they're executable, clear, and then importantly, embraced by all troop contributing countries to prevent the undermining of mission unity and effectiveness. Then fourthly, support the ethical oversight. We must provide South African contingents with a trusted alternative channel for soldiers to report human rights violations and atrocities. This currently does not exist, and policy does not provide for it. Military observers should also be enabled to accurately report such violations, and troops on the ground must also be well versed in identifying and reporting such violations. Then finally, to provide the necessary psychological support, they must institutionalize robust but as well as post-deployment psychological screening and support to address moral injury and the peacekeeper syndrome, ensuring immediate, readily available access to specialized mental health services. I can just finish off, and I have to because I'm doing it to honor a staff sergeant who was also Army intelligence like myself, man with 17 years of deployment experience. When he came back, speaking to this afterwards, he said he was speaking to his sergeant major, and he said after what happened in NCACC, they both got very emotional. And the sergeant major said to him, "But staff, are you going to be okay after this?" And he said, "Well, physically, I know I'm fine. Psychologically, I think I will be able to cope because this was not my first rodeo. But emotionally, I'm a broken man because we were abandoned. And that is why we need to address this."
Thank you for that. Well, first of all, we need to resolve the core mandate conflict. And one way to do this is to create a specialized, multi-rolled component within the national security structure that is permanently trained, equipped, and legally mandated for internal security, public order, disaster release, and infrastructure protection. So other countries have things like the Gendarme, Canterbury, National Guard, and so on. Not necessarily proposing that, but what we do need to do is to make sure that those elements which are deployed domestically have received the specialized training that they need to be able to do this because of the gaps that were identified. Then an important point here is they felt very strongly in a recommendation is to limit the conventional SANDF's internal deployment primarily to specific short-term high-intensity interventions with a clear exit strategy. So what, are you going to be combating gangs forever? They've been there forever, so is there an exit strategy? In terms of border protection, which I think is critical, it's probably the most important, is to fully equip the SANDF for border protection mandate, including enough fast response vehicles, motorbikes, equestrian units, and provide essential surveillance technology, drones, night vision to augment the capacity deficits. And then in terms of the training, to overhaul doctrine and training for internal roles, including mandatory civil-military relations training to prevent actions against civilians that can erode trust, dignity, and the legitimacy of the SANDF. And then, last but not least, is to review the current legislative framework and rules of engagement for domestic operations to bridge the gap between military and civilian law. And we need to look at where those gaps are, which currently undermine effective military operations. So these are some of our cryptic main recommendations which we feel are easily can be actioned and which will make a big difference to addressing the lives of soldiers on the ground, the effectiveness of our defense force, as well as the public image of our military. Thank you very much for your attention, and it's now an opportunity for questions and discussion.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you for a comprehensive report. Fortunately, the senior leadership of the Defence Force are here, from both the SANDF and the Secretariat. I think they've listened carefully. And this report, it reflects the concern of soldiers who were deployed. And we've heard this. This similar reports at 15 SAI in Tuando, when the committee had a short engagement with the soldiers who were deployed. So they mentioned one and the same issues and challenges which they face in the deployment. However, I'm going to give members of parliament, to ask questions, to engage on your report, and we'll then as well give members of the SNDF, to say one or two words on the issues. I'm going to start with Honorable Nihas. Wait, before you start, then are you also okay? Priyat, are you okay? Everyone. Okay, let me start with you. Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank Professor Lindy Heineken and Dr. Letitia Olivier for what is really a very, very insightful presentation, and one that I think is absolutely critical for us as a Joint Standing Committee on Defence to take into consideration. I want to start off by saying that this presentation by you really reveals many of the things that we have heard and we have seen ourselves in oversight visits. So there honestly is naught for our comfort in this presentation. The issues that concern me very deeply is, first of all, the fact that we sent our troops on missions, such as the SAMI DRC, without the necessary equipment. And I fully understand what the troops in the DRC coming back said, that they felt that they were abandoned, because they were, in terms of the experiences that I've seen, also what I've heard from soldiers who came back, abandoned. Not just at the moment when M23 was overrunning the areas where they were, but I think long beforehand. Because it was right from the beginning that they arrived in that mission without the necessary support, and also without the necessary backup. They knew that when they end up in trouble, that there will not be the ability to extract them from the areas where they were, and therefore they were delivered. Now, we went through all of this when we were assessing what was happening after that dreadful situation in early 2025, when 14 of our young soldiers lost their lives. And there were promises also made by the South African National Defence Force. And I'm very glad that the chief of the SANDF is here today, because they said, look, we will do our own assessment, and finally you will get a report from us about what has been happening and how we see the situation and why it has happened as it has happened. Now, my worry is that we've not received that report. That there had been information to us, yes, we've done the various interviews with the soldiers who's returned, but where is the final findings and report? because I would very much love to put that report next to what you've said and make comparisons. Not for the sake of attacking the SANDF, but for the sake of understanding also where the command structure of the SANDF found themselves when they deployed the troops under the circumstances that they did. What you gave us is these very personal experiences of the troops and how they experience the situation. In terms of the mission, for instance, for SAMI DRC, there was massive confusion about that mission. Even the leadership, the command of the SANDF presented confused assessments of what their mission were. When we were faced with the problem that we lost 14 soldiers, there was an attempt, even in the presentation to the Joint Standing Committee on Defense and the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans, to call it a peacekeeping mission. It never was. If you go and look at the definition of what it was with SADC, it was an offensive mission in order to support the government of the DRC. And under those circumstances, a very different approach had to be followed. And if there was not clarity amongst the commanding officers about what the mission was, you really delivered your troops to an impossible situation. I also picked up that there was a lot of problems between our deployed troops and the forces of the DRC. There was no trust. In fact, on an intelligence level, there were huge problems. At one point, the president of the DRC even said some of the SANDF intelligence people have to go because we don't trust them, which again meant that our forces were exposed. Now, yesterday afternoon, evening, President Ramaphosa announced that the operation together with the United Nations, the peacekeeping mission, is now being withdrawn from by South Africa. And there was a one sentence in there, in order for us to be able to get our own house in order. Now that, for me, was not just one sentence. It was a huge acknowledgement that we were not ready to participate in SAMI DRC, nor were we ready to participate in the MINESCO mission. I don't think it is a bad thing that we're withdrawing our troops from that peacekeeping mission, as much as I believe and my party believe that peacekeeping is important in Africa. But it is problematic when that peacekeeping is taking place under the current conditions as your report had presented to us, because that means we send our soldiers in to die. We expose them not just to physical death, but to severe emotional and psychological trauma. I want to conclude, Chair, with the issue of the announcement of President Ramaphosa about internal deployments. I understand why the President made that announcement. And my political party came out immediately after that announcement was made in the SONA saying we support it. Not because we believe it is the first line of action that needs to be taken to deploy the SANDF, but because there is a tacit acknowledgement in that announcement by President Ramaphosa that the South African Police Service has failed us. This is not on the back of a positive development, it's on the back of failure, both operational failure and, I think even more important, intelligence failure. Because we don't have the intelligence to be able to fight the gangs and the drug networks here in the Western Cape and also in Gauteng. And I hear what you say, that if we get the SANDF deployed on internal deployments, it is critical that we must understand the core mandate, that there must be a limited deployment, that there must be an overhaul of internal training. And I sincerely hope that it will be possible. And I would like to hear also from the command of the SANDF and the chief of the SANDF who is here, to do internal training of those soldiers, even if it's short courses, before they are deployed. And the legal frameworks have to be very, very carefully formulated, because we've seen the problems of deployment of the SANDF during the COVID period. So while we support as a critical measure because of the crisis that we are in and the failure of the South African Police Service to do its job, there is an important issue which you raised on how you do that deployment and what kind of support you give to the soldiers who get sent into civilian areas. And then my very last comment is on the issue of border protection. Very critical, but again, we saw during the oversight that we as a committee had to the borders. Our soldiers are not properly trained to do the job, but more significantly, they don't have the equipment. You quite correctly point out they use antiquated equipment, sometimes against some very sophisticated operators. So the need to get the proper equipment and also to need to get the proper troop carrying vehicles and all of that is absolutely essential. And I want to raise my concern that once again, during the last couple of months, we had presentations about tenders that went out for troop carrying equipment, for troop carriers that were not adequate, that was not field tested by the people who will have to use that equipment. And under the circumstances, one starts getting concerned that this very legitimate need that our forces on the border have is being utilized for all kinds of tender shenanigans. And the SANDF must be very careful, Arms Corps must be very careful about it, because our troops need the necessary proper equipment and also the necessary technical and information equipment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nihas. Honourable Kotze.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to you for the presentation. I think, especially after the President's announcement last night, it's very insightful, and maybe I'll just start there. When you say that we need to resolve the core mandate of conflict, are you saying that because it's now been accepted that these kind of deployments, whether it is to old mines or disaster relief, that they inevitably will happen, and that we must kind of work with what we have and rather prepare for it to be safe? So, you know, and also perhaps, you know, what role this committee can play in that kind of rules-based establishment. I must say I was incredibly hard hit again by the feedback from troops to say how they experienced their leadership as tone deaf and arrogant. And I remember during those terrible months, January, February, March last year, how the SANDF continuously held golf days, how generals shopped for new luxury vehicles, some of them even 2 Audi Q7s. And I can imagine what this looks like for somebody stuck in torrential rain with no real equipment. And so I think the one thing you didn't mention, and perhaps, I mean, you know, there was the issue about allowances. And in a way, and I've raised it on several occasions in this committee, and I've written to the chairpersons of this committee to say, but, you know, there was a parliamentary question answered, a question I asked, it was answered by National Treasury, to say that a relatively large amount of money was made available to pay these allowances. And this committee, not once in a whole year now, has called the minister to come and account as to what has happened to the money. The allowance issue has still not been resolved. So, in as much as this session today is incredibly helpful, it's very insightful, I think we as a committee have a lot of work to do. Because at the end of the day, it's the troops, the people who have to go out. They have to go out now into the Cape Flats. I mean, anybody who lives on the Cape Flats will tell you, I mean, even a hardened and skilled troop will have to have their wits about them. I mean, these gangs don't just, you know, they don't plan their next victim. They just shoot and then they ask questions. So thank you very much. If maybe you can just give a little bit of clarity on that. You made a very interesting comment, and perhaps you can repeat it. I got it in my notes as the moral dilemma against using combat force against your own citizens. And if you could just remind me again who said that and what the context was. I thought it was it's very pertinent. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. The moral hazard, yes. Honourable Briet.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Prof and Colonel Doctor for the presentation. I think, as my colleagues have said, to have seen and to have spoken to our soldiers and to actually have what we've seen in a report, proving what we've seen and proving our summations. I spoke to a family member of mine who was at the airport when our troops were deployed to Mozambique at the end of last year, or was it 2024? Our years flow in one. And I remember them telling me of our soldiers crying and saying, we are going on a death mission. We've greeted our families for the last time. And I think this has highlighted that fact and has enforced that. Chairperson, I would maybe, because I have a few comments, but I would like to get to my questions first, is there an in-depth report of this presentation? Because I think it'd be pertinent that it be sent to this committee, because, Chairperson, as you and myself were talking outside, I think we as a committee, and I think Honourable Gottsal said it now, we need to take this seriously. We hear that faith in government, in the DOD, in their leaders, but also in Parliament is low. And I think we have, as the JSCD, has a responsibility to critically evaluate this report and to make the necessary recommendations. But more than that, Chairperson, when we come to the recommendations of this report, after this committee has done its work in this regard, I think we need to set clear timelines as well. And I would like to make the suggestion that we maybe sit with National Treasury and look at what can be done. 2 weeks ago, we were at, and I specifically remember being in Langebaan at the Air Force, where they mentioned that resources and equipment is horrific, and they specifically said what nobody realizes is aviation inflation is 15%. So even though you want your aeroplanes to fly, you want your machines to operate, you cannot, and then cannibalism of your vehicles that are already standing then happen. So I think that be pertinent, Chairperson, that we look at that and that we have a tracking mechanism and then keep DOD to account to ensure that these things happen, because we have a responsibility to our citizens, to our soldiers, and as our oversight responsibility. Chairperson, I want to ask with regards to, and I know we spoke to, it was to people in service now, but there is a big problem with our military veterans as well, in terms of pension funds, in terms of medical aids being depleted now, and we're seeing that they are now suffering. Was there a specific mention, or these soldiers that are exiting, do they have a fear of, and as Honourable Godsell also mentioned, that there's not their allowances, but further than that, when you retire, your pension, your medical aids, and also would you look into something like that? And what is, I'm interested to hear the thinking or the worry around that, because we're sitting at a place where government cannot afford that anymore, and these people who have served our country are now having to be reliant on family members and have to stand, sorry for the Afrikaans word, maar hulle moet bakkant staan. And I don't think that's right, Chairperson. And then also maybe just to make mention of that, we spent 370 plus rand on an Armed Forces Day, but our officers don't have the proper boots and the proper clothing. And then we need to look at whether we are prioritizing correctly or not, because as we've heard, and we've got the proof now, our men and women are being left alone. Chairperson, what I think is very important as well for this committee is that we need to look at these recommendations, and I would like to see the in-depth recommendations as well, because I think with regards to SONA and what the President said, I think we as this committee, and then allow me to be a bit naughty and say, but the GNU who are sitting here need to talk and take it to the President about how we are addressing those internal deployment mandates, because I get why we're doing it, but that emphasizes the lack in other parts, and we need to address that. So, Chairperson, I think this committee as a joint committee needs work in terms of not just us, but maybe a joint justice and security cluster communal committee to sit and see how we can address and how we can make recommendations to address the shortfall that was highlighted by SONA and has been proved by this report. Thank you, Chair. I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Honourable Shalembe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And the good thing is that I'm the last person to speak. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think, the presentation that has been, presented to us surely is giving a true reflection of what, is happening. And based on the experience, what happened to our soldiers in the DRC, and based on experience we have when we were meeting with the soldiers, who survived, the shooting or the killings, in the DRC. And, Chair, I think because the first thing that one is looking at is that what is the mandate of the SANDF in terms of our Constitution. I think the most important one is the protection of our civilians and also the protection of our territorial integrity and the protection of our republic. Now, if you look, in the staff establishment in the SANDF, we are supposed to have at least maybe 75,000 soldiers that we need to have. But currently, we are far less from that, which means now we are unable to protect, our citizens go to the borders, how pouring they are. And we cannot deny the fact that now it's like now we are going to experience, a violence between the illegal, foreigners who are within our country and ourselves, because the pouring is continuing and nothing is much that is being done to address the issue of our borders. And whilst, on the other side, we prioritize the deployment, to other, to externally, forgetting the main object of, our constitution that we have. Now, Chair, I was just looking, to the issue, say now, right now, the president announced that there's going to be this deployment. Can we confirm that, the equipment and the vehicles that, are going to be used are in good condition to ensure that while, our soldiers are defending, at the same time, they are protected? Same, if, we look, at the international peacekeeping agreement, I don't think, there's something forcing us to say we must deploy, externally if we do not have the capacity. We should not, pretend as if we are a big brother when it comes to defending, whilst knowing exactly that, we do not have that capacity. And Chair, I think, if we can, adhere to these recommendations, and I'm happy that, the Department of Defense is here, and I think they cannot deny the fact that, we have a problem when it comes to capacity, which may be linked to the underfunding to the Department of Defense. So maybe up until we have that capacity and we have, the department has been funded, maybe you can consider maybe going outside. It's very, very, disturbing that this report is coming after we have lost the lives, in the DRC. I think that will be taken into cognizance that we prioritize, ourselves before going outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shalembe. Honorable.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, the two presentations are confirming what we heard when we visited Limpopo. And my only interest now is to hear the response of the Chief of SANDF on what has been said here. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Plugis.
Chair, sometimes we make the mistake to think that the SNDF are deploying themselves to these missions, and our attack becomes to the defense force, which they are not deploying themselves. They are implementing authority and instruction and order. And I think I want to start on that note. Secondly, Chair, I appreciate the presentation, but as my Honorable Carl Nias and also now Honorable Hala have raised, I would have liked for us to have another session, Chair, as to where the defense is now bringing their side of the story, and we compare and we make proper recommendations as a unit to wherever the deployment is coming from. Because that will help, as Honorable Priet is saying, that it will help us in our duty as the lobbies and advocacy structure to say to the people that have the power to deploy, when you deploy, take this in consideration before you do it. Make sure you have the right resource. Make sure that our defense force are ready to do the deployment. All of the things that is recommendations here, we should actually engage with it when we get the other side of the story, so that we bring it together, make proper recommendations in moving forward, Chair, so that we don't find ourselves again when deployment happens, we are not ready. We don't have the right tools. We don't have the right training. So all of those things, let me make that recommendation. Let us get, as the Defense Force have said to us in many previous meetings, that they are also working on the report. They will bring the report to us, give it to us, and also with the recommendations. And I think we bring these two research and the recommendation from defense together and make proper recommendations. Maybe it is the same. Maybe the chief of the defense wants to make the same recommendations, but they haven't prepared himself into this meeting to make that kind of recommendation, because he also have to consult with those who are involved. So I would make the recommendation, Chair, that we have another session, get the defense force a view on this matter and move from there in a recommendation kind of way.
Thank you, Honorable Hala. You want to?
Yeah, no, I left something, Chair, here.
Okay.
You see, Chair, the people of South Africa only know that we lost 14 soldiers in DRC. They do not know how many soldiers were killed in DRC by our forces. I think, I understand SANDF is not your way of doing things to mention the lost soldiers from the other side, but you need to tell the people of this country so as for them to have confidence on you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. I'll start with Prof. Hennigan and Dr. Olivier to respond to questions which were asked here. Then we'll then give the SANDF and the Secretary for Defense, to say something about this. As these are policy matters, SANDF, and these are centered in your environment as Secretary for Defense. Thank you very much, Prof. Platform is yours.
I think one thing that really comes out quite strongly here is the importance of ex ante and post facto defense oversight. That you've got a critical role not just to be reactive, but also to have an input and overview before. Because most of our oversight, and we have the specialist here next to you, has been post facto. So I think that is an important point. Then to answer your question on the core mandate, a decision needs to be made, and there needs to be national debate and decision as to what do we want to use our defense force for. What do the citizens want? What do we need in terms of our constitution? We need those decisions because at the moment we're muddling through. Now the problem that we have, and I'm going to be a little theoretical here again, is that when it comes to civil control of the military, there's, as you know, in the classical Huntington definition, subjective and objective control. Objective control is where the military leadership tells the politicians, I hear what you want me to do, and I'm happy to obey. But this is what is required. Otherwise, we cannot do it. Subjective control is where the politicians, and this is the big issue here, say to the military, you will do this, boys, we don't want to hear no. You will do that. And the defense force is saying, well, we can't really, but we'll make a plan. Our defense force has been making a plan all the time. And the people who actually have to execute the plan on the ground are dying in the process and are becoming demoralized. So that balance where military leadership needs to take an assertive role and say, tell me what my core mandate is, what is required, I will do the training, prepare, but you provide me with the funding and the equipment. That is where we stand. And as far as I know, the Defence Force has been discussing these things. The Defence Secretariat has been discussing these things. There are the plans, but we need to have bold leadership and acceptance of where we're going because we've got limited resources and we want to know where to. It's like an insurance policy. We would love to insure everything in our house, but maybe your security is more important and your perimeter fence is more important than ensuring your paintings in the house. So what is the priority here? And that needs to be decided. And I'm really quite adamant about this. Your question on moral hazard, which is, if you're going to make that decision to deploy a coercive force against the citizens, are you prepared to carry the consequences of that in terms of the legitimacy of both the government as well as the Defence Force? And have you considered the consequences this has for those who are executing those functions and what the consequences are for them? So that is the moral hazard that we face in deploying a coercive force. Unless there is a clear mandate, clear code of conduct, not like we had during COVID where there was not a clear code of conduct, we're heading for disaster.
Yes, I can maybe just add on the latter about this whole moral hazard thing. Unfortunately, I've been deployed internally and as a soldier, and it is just rife with problematic and moral issues that you want to address. If this decision is made, we will have to be extremely clear about the role and function divide between all the people deployed in this area. Where do they touch? Where do they overlap? And most importantly, who must do what? That is your biggest dilemma in this. This is not the first time that they're deploying the military for gangs and organized violence. And my point is always, soldiers are not policemen with more powerful weapons. We are used for something totally different. What we see in terms of crime and the violence associated with it is not just about the crime. What is the origin of that? It's a socio-economic and cultural problem that has to be addressed. And before the social, economic, and cultural problems are not addressed successfully, you can deploy whoever you want, whether it's a militia, the police, the military. It's not going to solve it. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a festering wound. You have to solve the problem at its core. Otherwise, you will just constantly be deploying this. And in my final work is, our topic of the analysis was the responsibility to protect. And we looked a lot at what is it that the peacekeepers are expected to do, what is it the soldiers that have to do. But I also feel, especially from this committee side, that the responsibility to protect goes also in terms of the protection of the soldiers themselves. Not only physically and equipment-wise, but legally, because are they prepared if you return fire and you kill 5 children whilst executing your jobs? Are the people prepared to do that? And will that soldier who was doing it, because I can tell you, if you start firing, you don't know where that round is going to end up. It's very nice to clinically sit and think, okay, we can do this, but those are the realities of it. Where does that limits come on accountability? So we have also a responsibility to protect our soldiers. Each and every soldier that we spoke to said to us, Colonel, whatever, we want to serve South Africa, we want them to be proud of us, but give us the equipment and the legal mandate to do our job, then we will do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you, Doc. A cohesive force in a civilian environment, yeah, it's a challenge. I think the SANDF, you hear. Please let's hear what's your views about all the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair, honorable members of the House. I also want to echo the appreciation for this presentation. I, however, would like to make few observations, particularly with regard to the research itself. I would like to start off by saying that I feel that the principles of research, I'm not going to claim to be an academic because I'm a soldier, and I'm not a politician at the same time. I feel that research must be particularly to solve a problem, which indeed the research problem had been outlined to handle matters that affects our soldiers, because it was focused on what is it that the soldiers have said to the researchers. And that brings me to the second element in the principles that I just want to delve with, the issue of representativity of the population itself. because whilst we are researching and we feel that whoever must be giving that information must be the one that will at least enrich into solving the research problem. The third issue that I just wanted to comment on before I get into the details of what had been presented is the disinterestedness. I think it is in the domain of the academics that the researcher must at least have that element so as to be able to be objective. So it brings in also the issue of objectivity of the product that will come out of the research itself. The last issue, which is not, my issues with regard to the principles is not exhaustive, but there is an issue of ethics when it comes to research. I really appreciate that after asking the Prof that this report, the presentation is so valuable for those who are affected, being the leadership of the defense. So, fortunate enough, they made a report available to me, which I felt I will have to go study the report, juxtapose it, as Honorable Nios said, that our after-action review and the debriefs, I will juxtapose it with it and milk out pertinent issues that we need to be looking at, because the recommendations that are in this report must also be juxtaposed with what we have picked up on our after-action review. So I really appreciate that we got it. Now, getting into the report itself and the research again, I just want to raise one interesting thing, that the presentation has outlined issues across 4 missions. Although the missions may be noted as peacekeeping missions, but missions are different, unique, and have different dynamics. What we discovered in various reports that we received is that the terrain must be appreciated differently. And at the same time, the DRC, the dynamics in the DRC are different from the dynamics in Darfur. And the dynamics in DRC, in both MONUSCO, which is a UN mission, and SAMI DRC, are 2 different things. And within MONUSCO itself, there are distinct things that the classical peacekeeping forces like India, Pakistani that you referred to in the presentation is different from the mandate that had been given. For the first time that the United Nations had given a peacekeeping force the mandate to be robust and be able to pursue the negative forces on the ground. And thus, the mandate of the FIB differs from the classical mandate that was given to the classical, those people that were doing the peacekeeping. So I just wanted to bring this to the attention of honorable members in this House, that I think it would be much more better if, whilst we come to discuss, yes, generic peacekeeping mission and challenges that are in the missions, there might be commonalities that we need to be looking at, but each mission must be treated, and the debrief and the matters that must be brought to this House must be able to say, hey, look, the National Defense Force had been in Burundi, the National Defense Force had been in Darfur, the National Defense Force had been all over trying to ensure that there is peace. But how then have we quantified the challenges that our people had faced in each and every mission, so as to be able to come with a common understanding to say, I'm not going to talk about the resource issues because this House had been briefed on several occasions, and we have even indicated The responsibility lies in our politicians that are currently representing us in these two committees to say, what type of a defense force do you want to have? And therefore, in all what we do, we have always tried to come and quantify the challenges, and we've made it visible to this House. We had never hidden anything. We have even went to the extent of saying we are preparing a long-term document which we dub Our Journey to Greatness. And in that document, we try to outline all the challenges that we face. We say this is the state of the Defense Force, and this is what we have proposed as a solution to the problems, both in the short term, medium term, and in the long term. So, coming back to this House will really not be of any help to try and come and talk about the resource issues. I will just touch on that because I don't want to be sounding as though this House had done a marvelous work. For us to be able to get a commitment from the Commander-in-Chief, the Commander-in-Chief came and said there will be 1.5% of the GDP that must be dedicated to funding in the budget of the defense. And that was the instruction, and that is what is being worked on. We have had several interactions with National Treasury on that matter. So I don't think I will spend more time on the issue of resources as it had been articulated from time to time. I just want also to come to one point in terms of we value our people. Soldiers, as I say, are the most important assets that we have, because whether you give us money to get equipment, the men behind the equipment, and mark my word, South Africa have exceptional soldiers, disciplined, and they do not lack anything when it comes to what you must expect from them. And I'm a proud commander to be commanding them, because I know they are amongst the best in the world. So what we ask is that whilst we have put our case in terms of we want to be ready, we want to prepare and be employed wherever you want us to go. Because whenever a mission comes to us, the first thing that happens, if it's internal or external, the minister come back as the executive, and the president with the presidential minutes then spell out and inform cabinet on these matters. So we are saying our role remains to be able to take a responsibility in what we are being told to go and do. It is not that we do not make it visible in terms of the resource constraints when missions come. We are conscious of what the size of the cake is. And the fact that we are informed that we are that entity that when told what to do, we then say we will make a plan. And I think, Prof, you stopped short of saying we subscribe to the notion of a Boremaka plan. We have always made to do with within the resources that we have. It is not in our DNA to be defiant. If given a task, we do an appreciation. That now brings me to the issue that was raised, which I am not really sure if I have to dissect what the president had said in the State of the Nation address, because he indicated that he is instructing both the Minister of Police and the Minister of Defense to plan to go and reinforce each other, both in Gauteng and in Western Cape. The last part of that statement was that the SANDF will go and make a plan together with the police and come up with a plan, and the cost of that deployment. So we will continue to make an appreciation, because for us we are not more of the fire brigade. We do an appreciation if a task is given to us. We look at all the factors, and then we look at the courses of actions that we will have to follow. And thereafter, we then bring the plan and we cost the plan. For us, we don't see that the cost of security cannot be the determinant. We say we need to know what is it that is required to defend and protect the RSA. And then you can tell us how you can quantify it in terms of rands and cents. And if the type of the defense that we want is the type of the defense that will be having gaps, then we will be able to come back and say, this is what we are capable of doing, and we have already penned out all those aspects. I think I will stop there, because what I have said is what both the research and honorable members have acknowledged. They have heard, they have seen when they went to the borders, and I just wanted to pen out my observation with regard to those matters in that fashion. I so submit, Chair.
Thank you, Chief of the SANDF. I see members have follow-up questions, but what we'll do, I'm going to give the Reserve Council to say something, and then follow up by the Secretary for Defense. And then I'll come back to you, honourable members. Let's start with the Reserve Council. General.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to suggest a correction to the Chair's procedure. I think it would be more appropriate if the Secretariat submits an input, and then you can ask us to say something after that.
Okay, it's fine. I've got no. Secretary for Defense?
Chairperson, thank you. Members, honourable members, thank you. As I said earlier, my name is Nick Sendel, and I'm with my colleague, Mr. Dladler, who is representing the Secretary. Chairperson, rather than addressing Darfur, Mozambique, DRC, etc., I'd like to make a couple of higher order kind of observations, if I may. And I'd like to start out by referring to Section 8 of the Defence Act, which speaks about the function of the Secretary for Defence, and in particular, Section D, Roman 1, 2, and 3. And it says that the Secretary performs functions, in particular those necessary or expedients to enhance civil control, by Parliament over Defence, parliamentary committees having oversight of defence, and the Minister over Defence. And I'd like to speak to that mandate of the Secretary in responding. The Chief of the SANDF has responded at an operational level to the other matters. Chair, I'd like to maybe just speak about the evaluation of employment, putting the Defence Force into service. What are the kind of thinking and tests that one should have in place? Point one. Point two is looking at the issue of the history and the understanding of internal deployments in South Africa. We have a history of this, a painful history. And then thirdly is to then just make a few points about the future evolution, the plan to move the Defence Force out of where it is into the 1.5% benchmark or thereabouts as prescribed by the President. Chairperson, if you go to the 96 White Paper on Defence, the 98 Defence Review, the 2015 Defence Review, etc., from a defence policy perspective, it assists decision makers in certain, let's call it tests or evaluation of every deployment that you do. Doesn't matter where it is, if it's internal or external or whatever it is. And that is to evaluate the efficacy of such deployments. Inside the department, that my colleagues will know, we call it the FAS test. It's a very common thing. It's an acronym, FASS. It basically means feasibility, acceptability, suitability, and sustainability. So if one takes a FAS point of view, for every deployment, as the Chief of the National Defence Force said, the Defence Force is employed in terms of the Constitution of the Defence Act and nothing else. And only two people may employ the Defence Force: the President in certain circumstances, or the President and or the Minister in certain other circumstances. And it is always done in terms of the executive acts of the President, which includes presidential minutes co-signed by the relevant minister and explanatory memorandum that gets tabled in Parliament. And that is prescribed. But in every deployment, doesn't matter whether you're sitting at the Ministry of Defence, the Department of Defence, in Parliament, wherever you might be in an oversight or a governance role, if you use that FAS test and test what is before you in terms of, is this feasible? Is it acceptable? Is it suitable? Is suitable as a moral or ethical judgment? And is it sustainable? In other words, can this be done over time and you have the ability to support it, materially, financially, etc. It's always a good test, even for the committee to use. If you go to the Defence Review or whatever document it is, if you go down to basic military doctrine that we teach in the colleges, the test down from that would be the functional attributes of the force. Does it have firepower? Does it have command and control? Does it have maneuver? Does it have protection? Is there intelligence, and is there sustainment? Those are the tests you use, and they're common. It's in the global commons. Those are things used. And if you use those kind of things, it helps you to unpack the information before you at whatever level you are. So just from a point of view, that might just be a comment to assist you in going forward. However, on the issue of internal deployments, I'm not speaking about what might be envisaged in the future. I'm speaking on the principle of general principle. Professor Heineken will know that we worked together over many years in the Military Research Group and other entities, where the JMCC, the Joint Military Cooperation Committee, 93, 1994, 95, looking at the formation of the new Defence Force and understanding its role and functions. And in those discussions, we've had many robust discussions about the employment of the Defence Force inside the country, around the world. And the research will show you this. And there's current things happening now in the world where militaries are being deployed internally. It is always a thing you do with the utmost caution. And it's always something that is done with due consideration of the risks and advantages, etc. But if I might just take you to the interim constitution of 1993, because it actually was very instructive in my mind in the functions of the Defence Force. 2271E says that the National Defence Force may be employed for service in upholding of law and order in the Republic in cooperation with the police services under circumstances set out in a law, such as the Defence Act, etc., where the said police service is unable to maintain law and order on its own, etc. And it has always been in all the discussions that the Defence Force always operates in cooperation with the defence force, with the police, under own command. And the employment of the defence force internally is always necessary and limited. It is very seldom an ongoing matter in cooperation with the police services where it is necessary to maintain law and order. I think that also, I think Professor Heineken and the Chief of the National Defence Force have pointed out that the posture and the doctrine of a peace officer and a soldier are completely different. Their training and orientation is completely different. And that is the thing we have to consider and be aware of, and in the mission preparation, etc. A police or a peace officer and a police officer have a doctrine of progressive force. And they're trained in that way, of progressive force, etc. It is completely the opposite of a military force, where a military force uses concentrated force, if not violence, in the short amount of time as possible to achieve an objective. So that's the kind of things we have to consider, and that is always the risk. And you have to ameliorate those risks through measures. But if you look at that 227 of the interim constitution, I checked the constitution now in the current constitution, in its transitional arrangements, 227 was carried over from the interim to the current constitution. It's in the transitional arrangements in the schedules. So it is instructive for us, and there has always been, given our past, we always have been very, very cautious of that when you do deploy the defence force inside the country, you always have to do it for the minimum time possible as necessary, so that the police can do their job. It has always been, and that was the history we have all dealt with. Chairperson, as the Chief of the National Defence Force said, we have been doing significant work to have a constructive plan to take the future defence forward. As the Chief spoke to the journey to greatness and the work that we have done on instruction of the President from the 1.5%, and the work that we've been doing with the National Security Secretariat to develop a 30-year force evolution strategy and a plan to plan the milestones of growth of defence with the deliverables, etc. That work is reasonably mature, and I'm sure that the executive authority, in engaging with the executive, will in due course be able to present that kind of work. But we have done significant work to understand how to programmatically develop a campaign to take a financial strategy and an evolution strategy to move us from where we are to 1.5, and what all the waypoints in between, and what's the value proposition increase of every step we take. How do we improve defence for that investment? Throughout all those things to 1.5 and way beyond that, to the future force we might need in the future. That solid work has been done, it's been modelled, it's been costed and planned. We are refining it as we speak, and I can assure you that the department has applied its mind very robustly to that. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Got to that in the next weeks to come, because of this committee is really serious about the issues of the defence force, and we want to turn things around. Is our responsibility, and I'm always saying, with regard to Section 198 of the Constitution, subsection D, we are part and parcel of ensuring that we turn things around. And we need to work together into this. So we are looking forward to see that document, because we have heard many times about that document. But yeah, we'll see when we meet in the next few weeks. General, let me give you an opportunity. Then from there, we'll give members of Parliament who want to come on. General Yakel.
First of all, Chair, thanks for the invitation to come and listen here to the presentation by the researchers and the interactions with the participants. We are a relatively new Reserve Force Council, having been appointed. It's on.
Just been.
Oh, okay. Apologies for that.
Okay.
It's what the general would call battle handling problems with regards to microphones. I wanted to say, firstly, thanks for the invitation. For us, this is exposure since we are newly appointed, having been appointed on May the 28th last year. We really are thankful for this invitation. Let me also thank the rest of the members of the committee, and thanks particularly the representatives of the Department of Defense, the Secretariat, and the Chief of the Defense Force, and the General from Joint Operations. But I must thank particularly the researchers, Professor Lindy Heineken. She's still around, still roaring after so many years, not years, I think decades. And Colonel Dr. Letitia Olivier for what I think is a very extensive research that they have done and which will help to inform all what we're supposed to do. I won't really be long, but I want to point to certain things, very few things. The issues they've raised are around the missions, the 4 missions. For us, it's of interest because the fate of the regulars and the reserves is inextricably linked. You cannot really separate them. So we have a particular interest in what happens to the regulars as we are charged with advising on the reserves in terms of generation of reserves and the development of reserves. But you can't separate the two. We have all been concerned about what has been happening with the missions. And I think the members, honorable members, will have noted what they mentioned, the researchers mentioned as problems of mission creep, and what then happens which results in serious impact on the deployed forces, forces deployed by the troop contributing countries. I will not delve into that, but I just want to raise 1 or 2 concerns. One, we talk of mission creep with regards to the peace missions, but we also are now faced with what I would call a slippery slope in terms of the internal deployment of the defense force. I want to raise the following concern that I think the members of the committee should become very aware. If I'm not mistaken, it was Colonel Dr. Olivier who mentioned this. We have a long history of internal deployments, and we have to be very cautious when we get involved into this. And part of the problem is what I would call governance issues, or issues that relate to social policy. The reason that the Defense Force has to now to be deployed again to the Cape Flats and such areas is because of failures in the area of social policy. Failure to deconflict these communities. Failure to re-engineer these communities and ensure that the structural problems are addressed. And what then we find, and this is not a criticism of government or what the president stated last night, but these are matters that we have to be very conscious about. The problems we have in these townships and rural areas are simply problems, in my view, which relate to our failure, as they would say in American, what I would call a coin doctrine. The failure to drain the swamp. Failure to drain the swamp. The proposal is simple, is to say we must disinfect the swamp by deploying the soldiers. But if you still leave the muddy waters there, you will then withdraw the troops or even aggravate the situation. And then you go into another cycle of conflict. I think it becomes very important in my view as I close, Chair. We need to look at two things in my view. One is, where did we go wrong? There are issues in my view which relate to reform, which we never use nowadays, these terms. To reform first of the police themselves. This is not accusation in any way to the department which used to be called safety and security, but there's been a serious departure from the ethos and philosophy with regards to what are we, do we do safety and security or we do policing? And if I may put it as bluntly to say, interventionist policing or expeditionary policing. The expedition from where the police are, most of the time in the suburban areas, and they undertake an expedition into the Cape Flats and withdraw. That's right. That's problematic. Now this expedition will soon involve the Defence Force undertaking its own expedition there to those outlying areas and withdraw, because the issues are structural and are not as we want to believe. So I would like to suggest, therefore, that perhaps in some other forum or whatever the committee can do, we need to revisit what exactly is the best way of utilizing the Defence Force internally. And I would say, Chair, the best way to utilize the Defence Force internally is to leverage its secondary function, not leverage it in terms of its primary function. There's a lot that can help us solve, that can utilize the Defence Force progressively and fruitfully by leveraging its secondary, or what Nick Sandal would call collateral utility, and all those big English words, since he's an Englishman from Queenstown. That's all right. So I think we need to rethink this matter. Yes, the President says let's deploy the Defence Force now in terms of what it can do in its primary function, diluted for use in the townships, but going medium term and long term, there's huge possibility, huge potential in using the Defence Force by leveraging its secondary role. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Yeah, you learn every day. A failure to deconflict the communities and to re-engineer these communities. Yeah, you learn every day. But honored members, I think we'll take the second bite. Yeah, we need to be short. I think time is now pushing us to go to the second part of our program. I'll start with you, Honorable Nihas.
Thank you, Chair. The first issue that I want to refer to is the matter of the internal deployment of the SANDF, and specifically how it was provided for in the interim constitution in 1993. There are not many of us, but I think perhaps Nick Sendel and myself may be almost the only ones in this room who had been participating in those negotiations and eventually the writing of the interim constitution. And I think Nick Sendel and everyone here will agree with me that constitutions, while they're supposed to have universal application, are always written in a particular context. And I'm very much aware that the interim constitution was written in the context of 1993 and the particular set of political objective circumstances that we faced with and the dangers that we were faced with. And therefore, we had this particular clause 2.27 that said the SANDF can be deployed under those particular circumstances before the advent of democracy in 1994. So yes, it was carried over into the final constitution of 1996. But I would argue that one has to look at it with great care. And there has to be more care in terms of then using that provision in order to deploy internally. And I repeat again, I understand why the President made that announcement. I also agree about the issue of the failure of the South African Police Service to do its job. But the challenge that I want to hear from the South African National Defence Force is how they're going to engage about this deployment. You see, leadership is not just to say, President, you've given me an instruction, how high must I jump? True leadership in the SANDF will be to say, yes, we hear you, we're going to try and make it work, but here are our recommendations on how it should be done. So there's not just a recipient situation, there's also a proactive engagement. And that's why the presentation that we received today is so important. And I think the last page of this presentation is critical on the recommendations for internal domestic deployments. So I would like to ask the Chief of the South African National Defence Force and also Nick Sendel, can we seriously engage on these issues, how it is possible, without putting our soldiers also in a situation which is going to be very, very difficult for them. Because, and I conclude with this, Chair, you see, Chair, it's not good enough to just say, a boer maak 'n plan. There has to be a proper plan in order to avoid the particular pitfalls and the particular dangers that there will be for our civilians, but also for our soldiers. So that proactive action is going to be critical in order to make this announcement of the President a success and not just an automated response, which inevitably, if we don't deal with these recommendations, is going to take us into troubled waters. And that's why we must see the difference between how clause 2.27 of the interim constitution was conceptualized and how we should conceptualize it in the current circumstances of today, which are very different from 1993. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nihas. Honorable person.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I want to agree with Honourable Niels about, the practical steps and how we actually get things done. And that takes me to what I initially wanted to comment about. I thought it was quite ironic that the General would say that he's not a politician. But we sit in this meeting after meeting and the Portfolio Committee meeting after meeting, the one blaming the other. And the SANDF keeps asking us, you must decide what force you want. Now, the point is that we cannot carry on doing that, and we cannot go into another deployment not knowing what is going on. So if the SANDF wants to come here meeting after meeting telling us that we must decide what force we want, we need to also know what force is it that you are willing to operate on a specific budget. So again, if National Treasury, for an example, makes available 813 million rand for troop allowances, this committee, or at least the portfolio committee, must be able to see where it was spent. Because we hear from the ground that the money was not spent according to what it was allocated for. So I need to ask you as the chair, what are we going to do? We cannot sit here, meeting after meeting, the one blaming the other. We're not going to get anywhere. So these requests, and it's the same, we'll get to it later in the agenda when we speak about the NCACC, we cannot carry on meeting after meeting, not getting things done. And then just General Yakelo, yes, I agree with what you're saying about the deployment and internal deployment. And I just want to take it perhaps a step further, is that these deployments can only be temporary, because we as parliamentarians also have another job, and those of us who serve on security and justice, we need to fix the criminal justice system, because it is only when we can gather information, hand over proper dockets to the prosecution, and get people prosecuted and jailed that we're going to solve the crime problem. So I agree, it can only be a temporary measure, and it can only be that the SANDF assist the police to kind of mobilize yeah. Okay, thank you.
Honourable members, and thanks, Prof. Hennigan. Thank you, Colonel and Dr. Olefir. And thank you, the senior leadership of the SANDF. We really, as a committee, we want to thank you once again for sharing your important research findings with the committee today. We appreciate the depth, the honesty and professionalism reflected in your work. Some of the matters raised today link our own oversight engagement with the SANDF members, including our visit to 15 SAI Battalion in Toando last year, where soldiers repeated the same concerns. However, today's briefing has gone much further. It has provided a structured and evidence-based account of experiences of our soldiers during deployments, and this is of immense value to the committee. Several key issues emerged clearly from this presentation. This includes, among others, the need for a significant improvement in pre-deployment training, the serious equipment deficit that places the life of the SANDF members at risk and undermine their mission effectiveness, a severe technology deficit which requires urgent intervention, shortcomings in post-deployment debriefings and the implementation of lessons learned, the need for improved psychological support to soldiers, both during deployment and upon their return. While much of these problems relate to funding shortfalls, this is clearly not the only aspect requiring intervention. Many of the issues requires urgent intervention by the senior military leadership. And I'll emphasize that not only the military leadership, but as well as the members of parliament. These are problems also, this problem also serves as an important a reality check for this committee in the execution of its oversight responsibilities. In the near future, the committee will consider deployment letters relating to the use of SANDF in support of South African Police Service to combat gang violence. Today's presentation has highlighted several concerns arising from past deployments. It is essential that these challenges are addressed and that shortcomings are not repeated in the future operation. The safety, preparedness, and effectiveness of our soldiers must remain paramount. We thank you again for bringing this important information to the committee. It is now our responsibility, members of parliament, Honorable Shalembe, it is now our responsibility to take these matters forward with parliament as part of our ongoing efforts to strengthen oversight and contribute to the improvement and sustainability of the SANDF. We cannot leave things as they are. We'll be meeting General. I think we have a meeting on the 13th of next month. In that meeting, this will be plus minus 8-hour meeting where we will engage with members of the committee, and we hope we will able to ensure that we get things, as the honourable member says, things must be done. We need to turn things around. We can't be speaking about one and the same. We're just coming from Langapan and the military academy last week, and these matters were raised. Cannot keep on raising one and the same. We need to find a solution, Prof. Hennigan. And thank you very much once again. And we must as well thank the Secretary for Defense. Secretary for Defense, you are the heart of this organization. You need to come on board. You haven't been effective in your role as a Secretary for Defense for some times now, and I think these matters will also be discussed in the journey to greatness on the 13th of March. We expect you, as Honourable Ania says, we must engage on those issues with regard to the interim constitution. Without much ado, let me thank everyone here, the Chief of the National Defence Force for availing yourself, and we hope you will be available on the very same day. It's important for these members of parliament. It's important for you to be in that meeting, for these members of parliament to engage on the issues of journey to greatness. We are really concerned about that. Without much ado, we are going to make we are going to go to our second part of our program, and we are going to release you, Prof. Hannigan and Dr. Olivier, and the members of the SANDF. And can we just have 5 minutes, then we'll come back so that we finish our program. Thank you very much. Just 5 minutes, members of parliament. is the consideration of amended committee first term program. I will give Dr. Doctors, the prof. Yeah, the floor is yours. Just take us through.
Thank you, Chair. Just for members' background, the changes in the program were necessitated by the request from the department due to Armed Forces Day. That was the first request. We were supposed to meet with them next week on the Journey to Greatness and other policy documents, but it's Armed Forces Day, so they said they have a problem with availability. So that's the first thing. And the second thing was the postponement of the meetings from the NCACC side. And just for clarity from member side, perhaps on the administrative side, with the chair's input and guidance, we then wrote to the NCACC requesting them to provide us with a suitable date in this term for them to come and brief the committee, to which there was no response. We even provided them with an extension and no response. So with the guidance of the chairpersons again, we then proposed to bring this matter forward urgently. So we put this on the proposed agenda for next week, and an invitation was already sent for that. So Chair, if I can just run through the proposed program then. We already covered the first two meetings now of the oversight and today's meeting. Then we propose next week a briefing by AMD, the conglomerate that represents the arms industry, then followed by the NCACC briefing on the same day. The week after it, on the 27th, we then propose engagement with the Ombud on its annual report, as well as feedback by the Minister on outstanding Ombud recommendations, and on the 6th of March with the Defence Force Service Commission. These two matters have been outstanding for quite long, members, so it's important that we slot them in. It's an important part of accountability in the Defence Force. And then crucially, on the 13th, so since we can't do it next week, on the 13th, a briefing on the Journey to Greatness, military capstone document, and other defence policy documents. And Chair, I put it in red there, you requested that we extend the times to allow proper engagement on these matters. So a full day engagement on that. And lastly, an engagement with the Reserve Force Council. As members heard, it's a fairly new council. So to give them an opportunity to familiarize the committee with their planned work for the term. So that would be on the 20th March, which is then followed by the international study tour. So that's the proposals, Chair. I'll hand back to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. Before we engage on all members, let me just say that with the NCACC on members, we had a challenge, and we want to resolve this challenge. We've got, I think, 11 members of the NCACC who are all ministers, and in most of our time, in most of our meeting, we only had one person from the not one. That is Honorable Hulmisa, and also the deputy ministers attending, including the deputy chair of the NCACC, Andres Nel. I really wanted that the ministers who are appointed in that committee must be must come to our meetings. We need to find a way of ensuring that they all attend. This is very, very important. Yeah, some of them we spoke with them, but some of them who could not. For instance, in the coming meeting, the minister in the presidency, Minister Chaveni, already indicated that she should not be available, and she's the chair of that committee. And this is something which really we need to resolve, honourable members. We cannot have one minister who comes and give us a report, and the rest of all other ministers are not available. For instance, the Minister Dao is critical that he's part of this engagement, because we are dealing with a very important structure so. I'm going to give you an opportunity to discuss about this, honourable members. Let me start. Let me start with other members, and we'll end up with you, Honourable Briet.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe just a typo first. On the 20th of March, it says physical platform. So maybe just virtual platform or physical meeting. That's just that's just something I picked up. Chairperson, no. Then I would like to speak to next week's meeting, and I hear from our content advisor, and that's really worrying that the NCACC has not been forthcoming with responding, with acknowledging this committee, and with just attending this committee. It is, and I think it was Honourable Niehaus that said on our WhatsApp group that it's the third or the fourth time now, the previous time when they cancelled, that they have already cancelled. And that's completely unacceptable, Chairperson. And I think we as a committee need to decide today already what will happen and what are we going to do should the NCACC not arrive next week? Because if they have not responded to any of the communication that the committee staff have sent to them, I want to risk it and say there's a 95% chance that they will not arrive next week. And Chairperson, I want to make the what means that voorstel? Proposal. I want to make, sorry Chairperson, my English airtime has run out. No, Chairperson, I want to make the proposal that we as Parliament has the mandate to summons. Then we need to take this very seriously and summons the NCACC and summons the DM to be here. Because if we do not take a stance now, we've been a year and a half into this committee and we're like, oh, yeah, that's okay, we'll understand. But we cannot continue like this, Chairperson. So I want to make that decision, or I want us to take that decision, and I want to make that proposal. But Chairperson, also what is extremely worrying to me is the attendance of both the Minister and the Deputy Ministers in this committee. Their attendance has been lackluster at best. We spoke about it outside and we said that quite possibly the only time that the Minister actually attends is if we very sternly speak to her and if it is a closed meeting, and that is unacceptable. And I might be stepping on toes now, Chairperson, and I really apologise if I'm stepping on toes, but I was personally very upset last night at SONA when the President was talking about the deployment of our soldiers and the withdrawal of our soldiers from MONUSCO, and she was seen laughing. And that worries me if our Minister of Defence does not take the matter of the soldiers seriously. And we heard today where Prof. Heineken and Colonel Dr. Olivier said that the soldiers and our SANDF are feeling like they are not being seen. And we cannot accept this, Chairperson. So I've spoken long, but please, that is my wish, that we take a decision on the Minister's attendance and the DM's attendance, and then what happens if the NCACC does not pitch up next week. Thanks.
Honourable Kosen.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, I want to agree with Honourable Brett. Firstly, about the Minister's attendance and the Deputy Minister. I personally got the feeling in the past few months that the only time the Minister comes to this committee, in any case in person, is when a meeting is held confidentially and when it is closed. I mean, why? So any meeting on there is also always reflected when she is meant to appear, is always a virtual meeting, and I don't think that it is fair to this committee. Also, I know she has a very busy schedule, but she has a responsibility and she has a duty, and she is accountable to this committee. Mm-hmm. So I would like to insist that this program is communicated to her office much earlier then. if she cannot make these meetings, because I'm assuming that's the reason why she's never here. So that is the one thing, and I would like to ask that when she's to appear, she does that in person. Secondly, on the NCACC, I'm not going to repeat what Honourable Brietta said. I fully agree, and you have seen my message on the WhatsApp group. But I want to say that perhaps, and I'd perhaps just like some input on this, is to say, with what's currently going on in the NCACC and the DCAC, the people who are affected by it, apart from the many jobs and economy, etc., are the AMD and the people in the industry. So the NCACC should, by all means, be here next week. Absolutely, and if not, there must be summons. There's no reason why they shouldn't be here. And surely the minister in the presidency has also had ample time to make sure that she can be here. But perhaps the one closed meeting that we should have is with the AMD, so that they can come and tell us, without the NCACC and the DCAC listening, what their issues are. Because they are the ones who are suffering and have been suffering. The DCAC doesn't even know when its own system went off. They communicated as 13 January, but it's actually 9 January, and now it's working, and nobody knows whether the data integrity is actually correct. What is this? That is urgent. It's urgent. People's orders are being returned at customs. It's urgent. They must be here. And if it's not next Friday the 20th, then there must be another date, not on a Friday, on a Monday evening, early on a Tuesday morning. We must make time, and it must happen now. Then there was an item, I'm sorry if Dr. von Rensburg can just check, on the previous program, the item, it was meant to be on the 6th of March. It said on the previous program, feedback on the outstanding payments and the deployment allowances due to SANDF members. Now that's no longer on the program. That certainly is something that is it there? Is it now on 27? Yeah, 27 February. Okay, so that certainly is a meeting where the minister and perhaps her deputies and if they want to invite National Treasury to come and confirm where they should be in person. That is an important meeting. It's been dragging on for way too long. And the fact that it's now finally on the agenda is something that we need to take seriously. So that's my request, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Cotton. Honourable Hatton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm partially covered by what the Honourable Members Breert and Gotzel had said about the need for us to summon if the various ministers and members of the NCACC are not available next week. And I want to propose that we take a formal decision that we will summon them if they indicate that they are not coming next week. It's going to be very embarrassing to us, Chair, if they don't come and we have on the 20th of February the AMD who have written a letter. Last night I was approached by the chairperson of the AMD, Michelle Nkumalu, and they are extremely concerned. The consequences of what is happening is devastating to the industry. So if we have them, but there is an agenda that we should have the NCACC also, and the NCACC is again not pitching, we put ourselves in an untenable situation. Then, Chair, also about the quality of the reports that we receive from the NCACC. You will recall that the last time when Deputy Minister Andries Nel reported the bare minimum, I would like to say far less than the bare minimum, was presented to us. So I would say that as far as possible, if the NCACC is coming next week, the reports that we can receive in advance so that we know what is going on, that we can interrogate those reports, and we can be informed in the questions that we ask is critical. So yes, they should come, but they must also present us with their presentations properly in advance. And then, Chair, just to again re-emphasize the lack of response from the NCACC to our concerns and questions. I want to remind you that the issues that was raised, many of those issues that were raised with Deputy Minister Nel, referred back to a letter of the 14th of April 2025 that I tabled. We don't have any answers. So I concur with the view of my colleagues that there is willful disregard for this committee, and that has to come to an end. So please, Chair, and yes, lastly, I know that you say we should try and get as many of the ministers here, and I agree with that, but that should also not be used by the NCACC and the ministers who's on that committee as an excuse to postpone the meeting. We must get them here, and if we need to summon them, let us summon them, please.
Thank you, honourable members. I think we are all concerned about this what you call a willful disregard to this committee. The ministers who are there, and as I said, they are all 11 of them. And only one or two attend, that is Nel and Hulumisa. Those are the only people who are consistent. And we cannot proceed in that way. So we will try by all means to talk to them. Yeah, if let's apply rules. What says rules if ministers are not responding to or are not doing what they're supposed to do? The industry is very important. In fact, last week, honourable members, when the ministers were saying they are not available, I proposed that we must sneak in AMDD, but because the rules of parliament did not allow us, that we can bring we can bring another institution without it being 80 seat. I didn't know about it, and our support staff told us that no, you can't bring any other institute which was not 80 seat. So we wanted to bring them. It's important that we hear from them, because of in the last report which were given by Honourable Nel, they were saying to us they cleared all the backlogs. That was the last report, that they've cleared all the backlog. And this is an industry which will not compromise. And it will be our responsibilities as we are sitting here. If ever that institution, goes down, we cannot allow it. So I really support your views, and I hope those proposals are properly captured. Let's see next week, but we'll try in our communication to ensure that they do attend these meetings. Minister Chaveni already says she will not be able to attend. So let's see, honourable members. I fully support your views, and we can carry on with people who are not doing what they are supposed to do. Can we proceed to the next item on the agenda?
Chair, sorry, we need someone to move and second for the program.
Sorry. Yeah, I think it's Friday, and yeah. Can
I move?
Move and second. Okay. With the amendments, are there amendments there? With the amendments that we on the 13th we'll have an 8-hour marathon.
And Chair, and also that the minister must be here in person.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, honourable members. Let's proceed to the next. I think we have dealt with all of them. Consideration of the outstanding minutes. Let's give our secretary to deal with the outstanding minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable members, it's the minutes of the 28th of February, which was a closed meeting. Are there any corrections on the first page, the attendance? The second page, the third page, and the last page? Over to you, Chair.
Yeah, that was the minutes of our closed meeting in the prayer.
No, Chair. 28th of February last year.
Last year?
Yes, Chair. Because it was a closed meeting, so we had to wait for a physical meeting. We couldn't do it virtually.
No, wait, it was last year.
2025, 28th of February 2025 at Easterplaat.
Okay. Honourable members, my apology.
Chairperson, just sorry, on the first page, at apologies, I see I don't have a political party affiliation right at the bottom, so there just needs to be a move up or down. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, is that the only correction? Is that the only correction, honourable members? Okay, this is fine. Can we adopt this minutes, honourable members? Honourable Nihan?
Chair, I propose adoption.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I second.
Thank the minister are duly adopted. Honourable members, I think we have come to a conclusion of our meeting.
No, Chair. We have 3 more sets.
3 more sets?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The minutes of the 5th.
Okay, just wait a minute. Sorry about that. Okay, the one we just adopted now is a plot. It's both the F was based as a plot.
The next set is minutes of the 5th of November, which were also in Easterplaat. It was also a closed meeting.
It was also a closed meeting?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Okay. Any correction on the first page except for the master that should be Dr. Kikaba? The second page, third page, fourth page, over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, honourable members. I think can we adopt honourable yes?
Chair, I propose adoption.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that I was there. I second.
Second.
God,
Chair.
second if you win.
Thank you very much. The minutes are duly adopted. The last one on
The second last one,
the
Chair.
second last one.
Minutes of the 5th of December.
Yes.
It's not a closed meeting. The last virtual meeting we had.
Okay.
Any correct?
Okay. Let's do the same, honourable members. Starting with the first page. Let's go to the next page, which is and the third page, and the last page shows honourable members. Honourable Priet.
Chair, I propose adoption.
Thank you very much.
I propose acceptance of the adoption. I second it.
Thank you very much. The minutes are duly adopted. Let's go to the last page.
The last batch of minutes of the 15th of December, which was a closed meeting as well in Bloemfontein.
Okay.
Any corrections?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do the same, honourable members. The first page and the second page. Yes.
On the second page at point 1, welcome and apologies.
Sorry, on point 1.
1.
Yes.
Fourth line from the bottom, there's an H in capital letters and then a highlighted. I think that just needs to be highlighted without the space in the H.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Are you seeing that, Mandipa?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. The third page. The fourth page. And the last page there. Can we then move for the adoption, honourable Priet?
Chair, I will move for the adoption.
Thank you. Seconder, please. Can we have the seconder?
Chairperson, it seems that only you and I will be able to second this
Oh, okay,
because of the people present currently.
Oh, okay.
Remember, Chair, I can't second because halfway through the meeting, the EFF walked out.
Okay.
So I can't. It's
Halfway.
halfway. Half day also.
Thank you, honourable. Thank you, honourable. The minutes are duly seconded, and I think this was the last batch of our the minutes which we needed to amendment or yeah. So, honourable members, let me really appreciate your ability to be here after a sauna. Last night, I think we left late in the evening, and those of us who were traveling with the buses, we reached our homes late. But so thank you very much for being here, for honouring this report with our academics. We've got a lot of work to do, honourable members, and I really encourage that we speak to other members of our committee. And I don't know what we do with people who are constantly not here. Prof, you need to tell us what's to be done, because we have people who are not here constantly. What do with that? What says the rules, members?
But Chairperson, you know what the rules are, but if I look at the quorum, I think it's opportune for us to get a new Chairperson.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Without much ado. Yeah. Without much ado, before we get a new chairperson. Thank you very much, our support staff. Thanks a lot. And the meeting stand adjourned. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. Hey.
On Monday, I'm seeing a doctor. I seem to be having a serious problem with my knee.